Good morning, good morning, good morning, boys and girls. Welcome, welcome. How are we all doing today? Good to see you all. Good to see you all. Coffee club at the ready. Appreciate how are we all doing. It is getting remarkably cold here in Finland. I am very, very chilly. I've even decided to start putting the radiators on. It is that ridiculously cold. But today you might have seen, obviously you've clicked on the thumbnail of this video, or this stream of course, depending on when you're watching it. We are back into the Shadowlands beta. Enough of this pre-patch malarkey. We've done pre-patch for a few days now. I'm already running out of content in pre-patch. But let's get back into the Shadowlands beta. One thing that triggered a thought process for me the other day was watching a Preach video, and he said that one of the test servers on the beta is now designed to simulate endgame content, which is something that has been very difficult to do up until now, because we've had instant access to like all of the conduits, instant access to all of the songbinds, instant access to hundreds of thousands of honor points, which means we could buy all the PvP gear we wanted. It meant that you could gear up virtually instantly to your max potential, and it didn't really give much of an indication of what the actual flow is meant to be like. But hopefully, my thoughts is Oribos is now a server where we can actually start to sort of get a good feel for what it's meant to feel like when you ding 60 in Shadowlands. What are you going to be doing? Are you going to have to spend a few days running your daily quests before you can get enough anima to upgrade your covenant features and that sort of stuff? So it's we're going to do that a little bit today. We're going to test the level 60 experience and see just how it feels. See how time gated it is. See what we can achieve. So let's not crack on. Let's not talk about what we're going to do, and let's crack on and start doing it. GG, well played to the people that have already liked this video. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. To the other reviews that are watching, good morning, welcome and welcome. Now I'm hoping that Oribos is the server that allows us to do the testing on. I have dudes scattered around on all of the other servers. Torghast was the realm that I was primarily playing my characters on. But on Torghast, you just basically get everything for free instantly. So it doesn't really represent things. And on the Moor, I'm using for testing the leveling. So hopefully, this is the right one. But let's find out. Let's load in. Let's see what happens. Now, obviously, big warning. Spoilers will happen. We're in the Shadowlands beta. I can't help those. If you're concerned about spoilers, I suggest you click off now. As I can't guarantee that things won't get spoiled for you, but if you're watching a stream about Shadowlands beta, then I'm assuming that you're somewhat aware of what's going on. So let's have a look then. Straight away we're getting some nice some add-ons are breaking on us. GG, excellent, great. New in Shadowlands, Covenant, character customization, and explore the Shadowlands. Yes, we're aware. Let's do some fix-a-rooney of add-ons then first and foremost. As things are still breaking, let's just go by a simple theory of turn everything off. If we turn everything... How did I turn everything off and then turn into a Pand... Aha, okay. I was inside the Pandaren. That was odd. Okay, so we're good from that. In that regard, we need to fix our bars because this is horrendous. Auto loot, yes please. Combat, display, social, action bars. We need another action bar. We'll maybe have a right bar. I've started to like this right bar recently. It's becoming useful. Now that we've had the unpruning, I'm finding that I'm filling all of these buttons pretty easily with just character class stuff. So the right bar is helpful for quickly accessing our professions and TSM and that sort of stuff. Names are fine. We don't need to see our own name. That's sort of a bit pointless. There's a new button for larger nameplate style. That's interesting. Let's click it. Let's see what happens. I've not noticed that before. Some of you guys may... This may have been in the game forever, but this looks new to me. And the fact that it's highlighted yellow. The rest of the stuff, we're all good, we're all good, we're all good. Right. Keybind time, because this setup is garbo. Kill command goes there. I'm reluctant to use Hunter's Mark at all, considering it basically doesn't do anything anymore. We need aspect of the cheetah is shift mouse up. Our mount is Z. Command pet, we'll work out that in a minute. That's shift 4. Tar trap is shift mouse wheel up. Or was it shift mouse wheel down? Oh, I don't know now. I'm confused. That's F. Interrupt is E. Flare is that one. That is that one. That is this one. Misdirect is mouse wheel up, which is this one. Means aspect of the cheetah is also that one. Kill command. Kill shot even is mouse wheel down. Multi-shot is 2. Tar trap is meant to be there. I've not actually got a keybind for freezing trap. Good thing I don't play PvP, hey? I'm missing lots of buttons. Why am I missing lots of buttons? What's shift E? Oh, concussive shot. Where's concussive shot? Put revive pet on Q. Trank shot. We need a keybind for trank shot. Concussive shot, shift E, there we go. And we're missing crows. Where's my crows? Can't not have my crows. Although in theory, is crows even still Beast talent? Don't know. Try and work it out. What's the thrill of the hunt nowadays? Barb shot increases your critical strike by 3% for 8 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. So 9% critical strike chance. For the purpose of leveling and for world questing, though, crows is usually slightly better. This Thrill of the Hunt only became BIS when hunters started able to stack just dirty amounts of crit. So crit chance on top of crit chance meant we were just like doing mental things. Spitting Cobras is just when only activates when Bestial Wrath ends. Yeah, it's still crows. Crows is still my favourite. Dire Beast is trash. Animal Companion's kind of cool, but Killer Instinct just does more damage. Scent of Blood, we know we want our Chimera Shot, so then we have basically unlimited. What's the word? Basically unlimited focus, which is not actually a great thing, but if it works, it works. Born to be Wild, reduce the cooldown of aspect of the cheetah. Disengage also frees you from movement effects or binding shot. Binding shot is not really going to be good for world quest content so much. We're not likely to get trapped by stuff. Just a straight up cooldown is probably better for world questing. Stomp is always BIS in my opinion. Really good for AoE aggro with your old pet boy. Let's go with that. Aspect of the Beast increases damage and healing of your pet's abilities by 30%. Probably going to be the best one. Whilst Bestial Wrath is active, Cobra Shot resets the cooldown of kill command. Well, there's only we really only have 2 GCDs between kill commands anyway. I mean, it's probably slightly better for burst. Command your pet to tear into the target, causing them to bleed. Oh, we genuinely don't want bleeds. Bleeds are pointless for world content, so it is still aspect of the beast. I suddenly realised I've not actually checked my talents for the longest of time, so I was going by instinct, but it appears it's all pretty much still the same. And we need a pet then. Okay. Okay, dokey. So, surely we now have to pick our covenant, right? That's where we're at. Should we do something? Should we do something new? Should we do something different? Should we pick a covenant we've not picked before? We've kind of looked at the Manthieus somewhat. I'm tempted to go Molder Access, you know, simply because we've not looked at it before. Oh, this is different. This has changed. This now actually shows you your soul binds as well. Do we go Kyrian? Do we go... Unfortunately, arguably the best one for a hunter, which is Night Fae. Oh, this is good. It actually gives you an indication of what you're... See, this was good. This is good. This is new. It didn't used to really... It used to show you them, but it didn't really tell you much about them. Now, Pod Tender, when you take damage that would kill you, instead rejuvenate with a Wild Seed. You're gaining 30% of HP over 10 seconds. If the Wild Seed takes more than 10,000 damage during this time, you die. Bit dumb, but not great for world content, I suppose, but because realistically, world content shouldn't kill you. That's the theory, at least. Your damage to targets above 75% health and healing to targets below 35% health is increased by 10%. When your spells and abilities are enhanced this way, you gain 10% increased movement speed as well. She sounds pretty good for a hunter. When anything's above 75% health, you're just going to do more damage to it. By 10%. Healing or dealing damage has a chance to grant you a stack of redirected anima up to 10. Wild spirits consume redirected anima and grant you 1% maximum health and mastery per stack for 30 per second. 1% health, that just sounds boring. Mastery just makes my pet stronger. Potential. The Queen's Conservatory, a special grove where you'll learn how to nurture ancient spirits back to life using the Winter Queen's Special Garden of Wild Seeds. Well, we guys know this feature pretty well by now. If you're not aware how this works, then you're obviously not a regular to the stream. We've spent hours in the Queen's Conservatory because it just harvests all of my materials for me. Unfortunately, I think what the Night Fae is long-term the best for us. But for the purpose of testing, we might try some of the others. We know the Manthieus are pretty cool. Blade Shot, fire a shot at your enemy causing them to bleed. Unfortunately, the bleed doesn't sound isn't great for hunters doing world content. I'm sure maybe once you get into like raiding, that maybe Flayed Shot comes into its own, as you'll be able to fire off considerably more kill shots during a single encounter. But for just running around killing things on the reg, the bleed usually doesn't last long enough on a single target to make a dramatic difference. And the likelihood that it procs your kill shot is a bit wacky. And the blink is kind of cool down there. Let's look at our 3 different soul binds. Damage taken below 40% health is reduced by 10%. Upon death, you leave a stone husk behind which shatters after 3 seconds, inflicting 100% of your health in damage split among nearby enemies, and healing for 100% of your maximum health. So even though you still die, you then do a big old AoE if you do actually die. It's interesting how all of the soulbinds seem to have this kind of like if you die mechanic. Now the pro tip, just don't die. That seems to be my opinion on it. But then again, if we're running around in like newbie gear, then maybe it is beneficial. Blade Shot signals the start of a tea time, granting 6% versatility to you and 3% versatility to up to 4 nearby allies. The Manthieus is feeling kind of pretty good for Mythic Plus. Obviously, you don't want to die in Mythic Plus, but if you do die in Mythic Plus, you do a you do a really big AoE to all enemies around you, and you're going to heal all your allies to give them the best chance to revive you back up. If you then choose Theodore the Mad Duke, then the versatility is going to give you increased health, it's going to allow you to do more damage, it's going to also buff your allies every time you press the Flayed Shot button, which should be literally every 30 seconds. So Manthieus is looking good for hunters if you're Mythic Plusing. It feels that way so far. Nadia the Mistblade. While in combat, you gain a stack of Thrill Seeker every 2 seconds, or 4 stacks when you kill an enemy. at 40 stacks, Thrill Seeker is consumed to grant you Euphoria, increasing your haste by 20% for 10 seconds. The question then becomes, how quickly can you get 40 stacks of Thrill Seeker? Well, you only gain a single stack every 2 seconds by default, but if you plow through a trash pack, then you might get yourself 40 stacks pretty quickly. But then everything is already dead. So why would you then need the increased haste again? This one feels a bit weird. Thrill Seeker decays rapidly while you're not in combat. So actually this is maybe, yeah, Manthieus feels very good for Mythic Plus. If you die, you AoE everything around you and heal everything around you, giving your allies a good chance to get you up. Alternatively, your Flayed Shot will give you and your teammates a versatility boost, or alternatively, you can stack up. If there's lots of trash you can kill all of the trash, get this Thrill Seeker buff. It's going to increase your haste by a dramatic amount. And it only decays while you're not in combat. Well, if you're doing Mythic Plus, then you spend virtually all your time in combat, at least for the most part of it. So Manthieus feels very good for that. And the Embers Court is good fun. We get to throw some parties. Manthieus for Mythic Plus. This doesn't help those people that want to have one character and be able to be somewhat optimal for all situations. So Necrolords, let's take a little bit of an overview of this. I know I skipped the Kyrian very quickly. We'll go back and have a look at those because I'm now interested myself. I've never actually looked at these in all a great amount of detail. The Necrolord, we have the Death Chakram as a hunter. Throws the Deathly Chakram at your current target, which will rapidly deal a bunch of damage 7 times, bouncing to other targets. So it should, in theory, be good for single target and for AoE packs. That's the thought. Each time a Chakram deals damage, its damage is increased by 15% and you generate 3 focus. So this is balanced correctly. You should be able to dump a bunch of focus, throw out your Death Chakram, regenerate all that focus really quickly. This could be a nice link between having, say, Bestial Wrath. If you also have something like Killer Cobra, when your Bestial Wrath is active, Cobra Shot resets the cooldown on Kill Command. So this would just mean that you throw out a Death Chakram in between. Throw out a Death Chakram and during your Bestial Wrath to just really quickly boost your focus gen to allow you to just keep Cobra Shot, Kill Command, Cobra Shot, Kill Command. I was thinking that Chakram would be great for the multi-box team. Yes. Quite possibly. Since it's a fire and forget, and imagine you have 8 hunters running around and they all just fire out a Death Chakram, up to 7 targets are just going to melt. That's, yeah, I think you're right there, Woo. Good observation, my friend. Yes, that would feel very juicy for a multi-box team. Let's take a quick look at the soul binds. Plague Deviser Maraleth. Ultimate form, whilst channeling Fleshcraft. Oh, we didn't look at Fleshcraft, did we? Form a shield of flesh and bone over 4 seconds that absorbs damage equal to 20% of your maximum health for 2 minutes. So it just puts a constant shield on you. Channeling near a corpse claims their essence to grow the shield further, up to 50% of your maximum health. This is most effective against powerful enemies. So the default shield is 20% of your maximum health, but you can potentially gain a shield up to Now the question is do those two stack? Is it a maximum of 70% of your health? Interesting. It was the one that caught my eye while I glanced through them all. Yeah, yeah, imagine 8 hunters just throwing out Death Chakram. Not that 8 hunters sending all of their pets on you at once is not scary enough in the first place, but if then you send out a Death Chakram every 45 seconds, it's GG for anything in your path, quite literally. The Fleshcraft ability, though, for a hunter specifically feels virtually pointless. The argument should be that as a hunter, you directly should never really be taking damage. You should only be taking damage if something's gone seriously wrong. But at level 60, we have 20,000 health by default with scummy level 138 gear.
Something to report?
138 gear, 20k health. So you'd be looking that the Fleshcraft is going to exponentially be more beneficial to you as the expansion goes on and as your health increases. But virtually early game when you've got no gear and no health, it might help a little bit. 20% extra health. It's on a 2-minute cooldown and it lasts for 2 minutes though, so it's virtually a 20% health stat boost, up to 50% health boost. Maybe it'll help if you are struggling to stay alive, but a hunter's not really a class that struggles to stay alive. This seems more beneficial to melee classes or even something like a mage, for example. But let's look at the ultimate form. Whilst channeling Fleshcraft, you are immune to crowd control and regenerate 2% health every second. How long does it take to form a shield? Over 4 seconds. So you'd gain 8% health in total. If you finish the full channel, you gain 4 seconds of crowd control immunity, during which you also then regenerate 2% health additionally. So this basically just means that whilst you, this gives you 16% health regen in total, which when you've only got 20,000 health is, what, like 1,500 health, something like that? It's not a huge amount. No, it's more than that, isn't it? It's something like 35,000. 3,500, sorry. Yeah. We have, alternatively, big dude, Emni. Lead by example. Death Chakram increases your agility by 5%. Interesting for a hunter. And nearby allies' primary stat for 2% for 7.5 seconds. What's the cooldown on it? 45 seconds. You gain 5% additional agility for each ally affected, up to 15%. Oh my god. Necrolord multi-box hunters. GG. Hot diggity. Not only is your Death Chakram going to hit like a truck when you fire it out, but if you use Emini as your soulbind, Death Chakram increases your agility by 5%, and your nearby, the other 7 hunters that are near you, will also gain a 2% stat increase for 7.5 seconds. Presumably as a multi-boxer, you're all affecting each other. If it stacks, it's just going to be absolutely ludicrous. I imagine it doesn't stack though, because that would just be silly. But I would love to be able to test multi-boxing on the beta, because you imagine you have 8 hunters, they all fire off Death Chakram, they all have Emini as their soulbind, their agility just like goes through the roof for 7.5 seconds. So not only if you survive the onslaught of presumably 8 kill commands and 8 Death Chakrams attacking you, you've then got to withstand 7.5 seconds of 8 hunters pew-pewing you with dramatically boosted. Oh, it says up to 15%. So basically it's going to be a flat 15% agility buff for all of your hunters every time you press Death Chakram as well. That is double level juicy. Morning, dude. Morning. Be there in 5 when you're done teaching. Don't rush, my man. Teaching should be a slow process. Don't rush it. I'll be here for a while. Let's look at the next one then. Bonesmith Hymir. Upon death, your armor continues to fight, allowing you to fight for an additional 10 seconds. During this time, your damage and healing done is reduced by 50% and you cannot receive healing. It's just a passive, just don't die. It's weird that each of the soulbinds have a, like, if you die mechanic. That feels really odd. It really does sort of indicate that the world is out there to kill you. And of course, the Sanctum special feature is the Abomination Factory. Build your own Abomination in Mildraxxus. Collect parts from across the Shadowlands to build yourself new companions. We've not tested this, or you might have. I've not tested this at all. We've not tested this on stream, which is why I'm very tempted to go Necrolords to test these out, to see how well this will scale. Because Necrolords are definitely looking like... That mount is a big boy. I've just realised the scale. This mount must be huge. I was expecting like the dude to be like this tall, and he's like a teeny tiny. This mount must be massive. Alright, Necrolord is looking favourable. Let's quickly go talk to the Kirin again, because I didn't actually look at their stuff. We should look at their stuff in a bit more detail. So, we're going to get ourselves the Resonating Arrow. Fire a Resonating Arrow to the target location that deals 208 arcane damage to any enemy in the area. And it feels, so it's just a base 208 damage. Causes your attacks to ignore line of sight to enemies, and you have a 30% increased critical strike chance. It's just a crit boost. This is literally all it is. This is just a crit boost. This is going to be, a lot of hunters are going to look at this and go, ooh, 30% crit boost. But you've got to remember our crit is being heavily diminished now. You hit level 60 and you're dropping in like 15% hit. Not like 60-70% hit like we're used to in BFA right now. Trexter, good morning. Morning. Welcome. It's likely to be that crit is still going to be very, very beneficial to us, but crit is only beneficial to a hunter if you can get boatloads of it. Mastery is likely to be, at least for BM, Mastery is likely to be the primary stat for a while, or at least the easiest stat to acquire. You might want to push the diminishing returns on these when you go over, what is it? It's when you go over 25% or something, you start to get dramatic diminishing returns on these in the Shadowlands now. So it might be a case of that you almost want to like get them all equally. I don't know. I've not simmed, I've not tested. That's usually not my kind of thing. But and of course, the alternative, the one that everybody gets, is Summon Steward. Call your steward to bring you a vial of serenity that can be consumed to restore 20% health and remove all curse, disease, poison and bleed effects. So it basically just gives you 3 health pots, 5-minute cooldown. It only gives you, it only gives you 1. So yeah, it's basically 3 health potions. Your steward additionally offers you access to a selection of useful amenities for 4 minutes. So if you're out of combat, you can probably quiz him and get some extra cool stuff. Not appealing very heavily to me as a hunter so far, but let's take a look at the soulbinds. Helia, your soulbind will provide you access to the following ability once the proper renown is reached. You and your nearby allies critical strike grant you stacks of Valorant strikes up to 40. Oh, my multi-box radar's going off. You and your nearby allies critical strikes. So if you got yourself a bunch of hunters and you're all critting, you're all gaining Valiant strikes very quickly. You and your nearby allies. I wonder what the cap is on that. Because you imagine you've got 8 hunters. Every time anybody crits, everybody is going to gain a stack of this Valiant Strike. You stack it up to 40, and then at 40 you heal yourself for 10%, and you heal a bunch of allies for 5%. So this is, you're going to get, if you're running around as 8 hunters, not only are you ridiculously OP because you're running around as 8 hunters, but you're also going to be healing each other for crazy amounts, because this is going to pop off all the time. Every time a single character does a crit, everybody gains a stack. And then when anybody reaches 40, well, the likelihood is in theory you should all reach 40 at the same time, which then means every time you can do 40 crits across 8 characters, you all get a 10% heal. Or you all get a dot heal, at least. That's kind of, that's not too bad. For just a regular character playing. Might be good if you're doing dungeons as a group. Yeah, maybe if you have like a 5 hunter party, it might be with your pets tanking, it might be a good enough sustained dot on you so that you don't have to worry about any additional healing. It'll just keep you all topped up nicely. It's not going to be quite as beneficial as like druids, for example, because if you're a druid and you have rejuve affinity, I think the right word is, that whenever one of the druids is fully healed, that it heals somebody else that's injured. It means if one of the druids gets hit by an ability, the other 4 druids very quickly heal that one druid up. This is more sort of everybody have a dot, everybody like rise as a. This would be good to prevent you taking, or it will help out healing a party if there's an AoE effect, for example, if you're multi-boxing dungeons. Let's look at Pelagos. I know I'm focusing quite heavily on multi-boxing, but that's my end game plan anyway. A month or so into Shadowlands, I will probably start multi-boxing. Maybe less, depending on how quickly I can get my first few characters leveled up. Looking at Covenants, are we? We're taking a little bit of a deeper dive. I've not really paid much interest to Soulbinds or anything like that as of yet, mainly because they just change so bloody frequently. And my focus has been on other things like the professions. But now I've kind of decided that I'm going to level my hunter first. My hunter's going to get leveled first. I'm then going to level my paladin and my mage. I'm not going to speed level them, but I'm going to get them both through the Maw. They're going to take the Threads of Fate, and they're going to level up sort of at their own leisure. There's no huge reason for me to want to level those super quickly. And then the 4th character that I'm going to level will be my druid, for the obvious reason that it will be a herb and miner. Depending on if I ever run out of herbs or the auction house prices get too silly, I can go and gather some myself. So hunter will do the campaign, then mage, then paladin, and the druid passively through gathering mostly. So that will be my 4 characters going into Shadowlands by default. And on the side of that, I will probably look at running a team of 8 hunters multi-boxed at the same time, just for fun. Because multi-boxing, it should really just be for fun. Mainly because it's damn expensive. But alright, so we looked at Keelia, Valiant Strikes, good for keeping your health. What does Pelagos do? Resonating Arrow increases your mastery by 480. That sounds tasty. That's gonna dramatically boost the damage potential of your pets. They're gonna slap. 480 mastery. What does that mean in real terms? I've got 30% mastery and I've only got 269 mastery to get 30%. If we gain, what did it say, 480 or something ridiculous? 480 mastery for 10 seconds. That's basically going to double your DPS. Increases the damage done by your... the problem is the diminishing returns on secondary stats. I wonder what that is actually going to do for you. Because I think... Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's once you go over 25% of any secondary stat, you start getting like 5%, 10%, 20%, 30% diminishing returns on any additional stats you get above that. Which, yes, an additional 480 mastery would basically, at these numbers, mean that you're on like 75% mastery. But in reality, it probably will only push you to like maybe 50% mastery because of the diminishing returns on those extra stats. It means it might be quite powerful to begin with, but is actually going to be less beneficial to you the longer the expansion goes on. I've been thinking of 2-boxing for cloth to sell bags. They're going to have nice profit on them at launch. Well, yeah, absolutely. Wasn't the diminishing returns starting at 30%? It might be 30%. They changed it at one point. I can't remember what they changed it from and to, but they implemented it and it's been changed. I'm sure we could look it up and find out, but it's 25, maybe 30% for the diminishing returns. I can't remember exactly. But morning, Roscoe. Apologies, I forgot to say good morning. And finally, Forge Light Primus Mechanos. Mechanicos? Whatever, his name. It's on the screen, read it. I don't do good with words. After using 90 damaging or healing spells and ability, your next spell or ability will summon Bron, who knocks enemies back on arrival and then attacks and heals your target for 30 seconds. I mean, it depends. It depends how potent this dude is. After 90 abilities, Mechanikos means mechanic in Greek. Look at you, your fancy language skills, Mr. English teacher. Thanks. Mechanikos. Yeah, it's A, it sounds Greek, and B, it sounds like mechanic. So you may have just made that up completely to troll me, or that could be 100% true. But being the English teacher, I will assume you're correct. After using 90 damage, so 90 damaging or healing spells, based on the default GCD of 1.5 seconds, that simply means that what's that, like it's just over a 2. It's about a two minute cooldown on that. Because it's going to take you roughly 2 minutes to do 90 damaging spells. Maybe a bit more, 2 minutes 30 maybe. You're half Greek and speak it fluently. Oh, well then I'm even more inclined to trust you on your Greek skills. Nice one. For a regular ass druid though, a regular hunter, this may be, it's just something you just totally forget about. I don't think you're going to be able to plan this very well. You're not going to stop firing off damaging abilities. If there's some nice link between you and your pet, if your pet's attacks also equate to this damage, it could dramatically reduce the cooldown for you as a hunter rather than any other class that picks this up, because you're basically, you and your pet act as basically two entities that are both doing attacks. So maybe this works out quite nicely for hunters, more so than other classes, but it's just a simple, presumably DPS. It's basically like having a DPS cooldown that you just don't even need to press a button for, it just happens. You might have a week or a setup to track this so that you know you can try and plan when it happens, but you know full well it's going to happen at times when it's just, you've just killed a mob and then it triggers, which will just be, you know, really annoying. How in the world do you know that Ian Hazakostas has wanted to be doing a Greek-inspired... Well, I suppose maybe his surname gives a hint. A Greek-inspired area. Yeah, I guess. Bastion feels very Greek in its nature. And of course, the Sanctum feature for the Kyrian being the Path of Ascension. An area of an arena experience where you take on the role of some of the heroes of Bastion to test their mettle against a series of different foes in gladiatorial combat. We've not tested this in great detail, but it felt pretty boring. I've only done it a few times, it felt boring. Maybe the achievement hunters will like this, but for me, it felt boring. So Kyrian doesn't really... It definitely feels like, for me, I'm probably going to want to... I think Night Fae stands out to be the best for just a regular hunter. The Wild Spirits is very good due to its straight damage and just like permanently just attacking multiple things. Dreamweaver, the pod tender, doesn't really seem to do great things for you, but it means if you do die, then there's the chance that you can rejuvenate, you come back to life, you don't have to do the really annoying death runs, but it can only happen once every half an hour. Good for world quests, this sort of stuff. If you accidentally pull too much and die, it means it's not going to really slow you down. Wild Hunt Tactics, damage to your targets above 75%, health is increased by 10%. This is really good. It means that first kill command that you fire off on everything is going to do 10% more damage. A flat 10% buff to kill command when running around doing world quests. Yes, please, I'll definitely take that. Plus, it gives you the movement speed as well. This is feeling pretty strong for just a single hunter. Healing or damaging dealing has a stacking health and mastery buff. It feels like Night Fae is going to be the best. I mean, especially added on to the fact that you have the Queen's Conservatory. But Night Fae seems to feel very good for just a regular hunter, because we're going to be spending a lot of time in the open world doing world quests, that sort of stuff. Maybe it's not going to be great for. It doesn't feel as if it has any really good solid standing for Mythic Plus or raiding specifically, but for just like being a hunter for what you do the majority of the week, Night Fae feels pretty good. Kyrian for looks, Necrolord for multi-boxing, Venthyr for meta DPS, and Night Fae for gold and other utility. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up quite nicely. It's going to be slightly weird for me though to multi-box my hunters and then not having them all have access to a Queen's Conservatory. That's going to be a flip of a coin, I think, for me, for my multi-boxers. Because multi-boxing Necrolord hunters looks ridiculously strong. Death Chakram is just going to be an incredible ability for multi-boxing hunters. Add on to that Eminie's ability to boost everybody's agility by 15% every time you pop that off, which is every 45 seconds. That's a 30% up. Yeah, that's a 30% uptime on your agility boost. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe then for this run on this character, we'll go Necrolord just so we can test these things out. Because if there's some solid goal-making potential with Necrolord still, if this Abomination Factory leads to some good things, then that will mean that I won't feel quite as bad not having the Queen's Conservatory on 8 characters. But it's gonna have to do some work, I tell you. Right, we'll choose Necrolord then. Let's go Necrolord for this hunter. We'll go Necrolord.
Trust in the purpose.
I have chose my purpose. My purpose has been chosen. I think one of the Necrolord Soulbinds gives a bag every now and then, similar to the Blood of Sargeras thing in Legion, proc rate wise. That could be interesting to see. Report to Baroness Drakra at the seat of the Primus in Moldraxxus. Let's roll. So I'm going to at least attempt to play, I believe at least, this character on this realm will be... I don't think the test event... Oh, well, there is a test vendor dude here. He gives you trinkets, mind. One of the realms was meant to limit your ability to, like, just zerg through the game. We'll see. Where's the flight dude? Here he is. Didn't the Night Fae also give you a bag every hour with materials? Yeah, it was specifically meat and leather. Where are we meant to be going? We're meant to be going to Moldraxxus, but where in Moldraxxus? Down here. Down here. Okay. Just do /cheat mode off. Is that actually a thing? Surely that's not a thing. You must be I feel as if I'm that's like, oh, just press Alt F4, it'll fix everything. I feel that's one of those. Is it genuinely? I feel real stupid now. Cheat mode off. Right, ready? If this my mortgage gets signed over to Woo, or my house explodes. Yeah, see, I told you it's not a thing. Don't fall for the trolls. Got suckered. Feel a fool now. Just for that, everybody needs to smash the like button. Just so I don't feel like such a fool. Right, off to the wonderfully beautiful zone that is Moldraxxus. Woo, where is your like button? Stop upvoting the trolls. Talking about upvoting. I presume we have all seen the atrocity that is the new wings. Not the goodness of pre-patch, go away. I'm quite sure we've all seen this, right? New transmog set. This horrendous piece of just exploitation is a bit redonkulous. Spirit Darter's Wings. If you buy a 6-month subscription, boom. Look who's got themselves one of the top comments. I just casually posted this comment and woke up this morning and my inbox was spammed with 38 replies to... I was not aware that my comment was going to be so well received by the World of Warcraft community. Seriously, how about you gift this to all of those that pre-ordered your delayed expansion rather than squeezing us for more money? So yes, talking about upvotes, go and be one of the 1,400 people that have already upvoted my comment on what is potentially looking to be one of Blizzard's most downvoted videos in recent times. Gonna get it in the mail already. Have a 6-month sub. Yeah, I should probably get the 6-month sub on my main account. But the problem is that world-class karma farming. Yeah, if only this was Reddit, you know? If only this was Reddit and these updates actually meant something. The look of the set is also debatable. Well, yeah. I mean, should we watch this? Just, in fact, there's a good chance that World of Warcraft will copy strike my video if I watch this, especially since I've downvoted it and I'm one of the top comments. I'm curious, did you notice any channel view or sub spikes after the comment popularity? Hell no, that's not how YouTube works. No, comments don't mean shit on YouTube. They're even comments on YouTube are even more useless than upvotes on Reddit. Like, no, there's literally nothing. The only thing I will report back with is if I post a video later today, if I see a spike in views on that video. There is the slightest possibility, but not much possibility, at least in my testings previously, I've never found this to be the case, but the 1,400 people that have upvoted my comment, that is the smallest possibility that when I now post a video, they will see that video, whereas they might not have before. But in my years of testing and playing around with YouTube, I've never known that to be the case. But now I have a good example to test it. But realistically, no. YouTube comments mean virtually nothing nowadays. The ways in which people used to grow on YouTube are definitely not the ways people grow on YouTube nowadays. For example, you may notice that not a single one of my video has tags, because tags mean absolutely nothing anymore. There are a few things that people always used to tell you to do to grow a YouTube channel that are now no longer the case. But anyway, yeah. New transmog set, Spirit Darter's Wings. Can go take a long walk off a small pier, as far as I'm concerned. Thanks for that, Blizzard. You've delayed your game and now you want more money off us. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Right, where are we going in Mildraxxus? Oh, I've flown to the wrong place. We need to be going back here. Let's, is it this one we're meant to be going to? Let's find out. Tags don't even get pinged within search queries anymore. Yeah, exactly. 3 hashtags in this description has replaced that virtually altogether. Yes. Yes, tags are virtually pointless. The only slight benefit that tags still have on YouTube is if you go to a single channel and search through a specific channel's videos, then tags do help categorize that search. But for regular YouTube search, no, tags are dead. What is this dude? And why has he only got a fraction of his health? That's an odd one. Right, so how do we get up in here again? I've only actually leveled through Mildraxxus, I think, twice now. Simply because it's such a deathly dull and boring zone. I mean, I get the bone theme. That you're meant to be skeletons and all that, but I don't know. The zone is dark. I've never been a fan of Mildraxxus. Bone Storm, yeah, true. Oh, so this is where we get Fleshcraft at least. So that's going to be our Shift 5 ability. Yeah, I'm ready. Give me my ability. True defenders of Mildraxxus, hear my words. First and foremost, I suppose we should probably change our Hearthstone. So we're likely going to be wanting to come back here on the reg. An Anima Weaver? What's an Anima Weaver? That's a new kind of NPC I've not seen. We have the Renowned Quartermaster. Oh, this will be a good test for me to see whether we actually get, like... Okay. Maybe we haven't assigned... Oh. Step into the swirly. Raise the Rune Blade. Give me the Fleshcraft ability. Go. So that's going to be shift 5. There's no reason not to have this up, like, just all the time. You can see the damage it prevents is 4,432 damage remaining. So it's a sizable chunk. It'll do. It'll become more beneficial the more gear we get and the more base health we get. But give me Death Chakram, that's what I really want. Let's go up here somewhere.
Do not squander this opportunity, Walker.
Receive the power. The power. And don't get me wrong, like, Maldraxxus artistically is still a very... Artistically, it's a very well designed and put together zone. The issue is it's all grey and dark green and dull and depressing. But it's meant to be. That's the thing, it's meant to be. But it still makes it, like, slightly depressing to be here. Is it still going to be incredibly painful to change Covenant? Theoretically not, but there is still an element of time gating to it. You have to, you basically go and get yourself a fill the bar quest, and then once you fill the bar, you have to wait until the weekly reset. For us in the EU on a Wednesday, for everybody else in the NA on a Tuesday. And then once the weekly reset has happened, you do another fill the bar quest, and then your Covenant is changed. So you basically have to, yeah, it's not something you're going to be able to swap on the regular. Oh, well, okay, yeah, that's only if you go back to the Covenant that you left. If you want to just say, right, no, I didn't actually like these guys, you can go and join the other Covenant straight away. Yeah, sorry, I should have clarified that. Examine your renown with the Necrolord Covenant. Now, hopefully, I'm hoping on this realm that I don't have maximum renowned. Ah, good, excellent. I've only got 1 renowned. This means that on this realm we can properly test what the pacing is going to be of the game, and what it's going to be more easy to understand what is locked off to each of us. So, your renowned increases by doing special stuff. Milestones give you better stuff. Deepening bond. Your connection with the Necrolords grows, increasing your stamina by 2% is what we unlock next once we get 1 more renowned. By the time we get 9, we get unrated PvP item level increases and alacrity of Maldraxxus, whatever that is. The item level of World Quest increases when you hit Renowned 18. 1x, good morning, welcome. At Renowned 20, you get a specific Necrolord Hearthstone, which is going to be helpful, meaning that you can then set your other Hearthstone somewhere else. Definitely going to be beneficial. Unless you're a mage and then you just don't care, you just port everywhere anyway. Illusion, Unbreakable Resolve, Jiggles, whatever Jiggles is. We presume Jiggles is going to be one of the abomination things that you craft. And then a new adventurer, Rendkissa the Dynamo. Renown 21. I think you also, to note, I think you get access to about 3 renowned a week. So it's going to take you at least 3 weeks to get here, and at least 6 weeks to get better item levels from your world quests. So this is why you might actually want to play a bunch of different alts, because you, hopefully, I'm really hoping you can get to a point on a single character where you are done for the week, where you can say, right, I've done what I need to do on this character, and you then don't feel as if you're, if you want to go play another character, or you want to go play your alt, then you don't feel as if you are missing out on your main by doing that. You have to have a point where you can say, right, I'm done on my main, to then make alts feel worthwhile having. Just received your transmog set in Battle.net. Please don't equip it. I mean, sure, equip it, go crazy. But, yeah. Oh, that really got my back up yesterday when I saw that video go live. Renown 21, you get the final chapter of the Necrolord campaign. Completing your campaign will allow you to soulbind with Bonesmith Hymir. Ah, so that's actually interesting. Wasn't Bonesmith... Wasn't this the dude... I think this was the dude we were looking at to get the, like, flat boost. I can't remember. Your Goblin Mage now looks ridiculous. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Would be nice with that weekly endpoint. First tier of Legion made me only want to play my main because I had to farm Lego chances. Yeah, that's it. In Legion, until you got 4 legendaries, you felt that any time you were not playing your main was time wasted. And of course, we didn't even realise that legendaries were capped at 4. If you were really quick off the mark, but okay, this is good. This means we're actually going to have to earn our renowned. We get a battle tested bow or a staff. Well, we're going to take the bow, obviously. Yeah, those the new Spirit Darter wings will look good on a few classes, but yes, I imagine a Goblin Mage looks pretty redonkulous with that on. I'll have that one, please. We get a new bow. Complete 3 world quests in Maldraxxus to get the tribute. Sure. Let's equip our bow. Hot damn! This sells for 104 gold. Hot damn. So let's check Sanctum upgrades then. So we should now have access to this stuff. Oh, we don't. Sanctum Reservoirs inactive. Maybe we have to do these world quests first. Renowned Quartermaster? Yeah, so we can't buy anything yet. Oh, Jiggles. What is Jiggles? Oh, Jiggles is just a pet. Okay. But requires 20 renown to pick it up. Sure. Simply being then we need to go do some world quests. Right. So, welcome to Maldraxxus. So what have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different world quests and whatever this thing is. Big one giving you 175 reputation with the Undying Army. Oh, that's a thing. Considering these are pre-made characters, what's our reputation like? We don't have any reputation with anybody on a pre-made character. This may mean that anything that locks you off based on reputation is going to be a bit difficult to test. Because theoretically, by the time you've hit level 60, you should at least have a reasonable amount of reputation with the covenant that you choose, simply by questing through it. That's my theory, at least. But we'll see how this works. Let's just get some world quests smashed out. Oh, these really are big now that you tell them to be big. They ain't messing about with the bigger nameplates, are they? Where was the option for it? Larger nameplates. Whoa, look at the difference. We got little steel spine veteran nameplate. You go larger nameplates. Boom! Not messing about. Oh, I actually quite like the larger ones, to be fair. Pop off our death chakram. Pew, pew, pew.
I do not have a target.
I don't like this wiggly boy though. I need a better mount than this. This is not acceptable. I'm sure as shit not using the Hearthsteed though. We get ourselves. Well, let's just go. Let's just go. Night Sky Chicken. There we go. I should probably set up some macros as well if I'm going to be playing this character a reasonable amount, but hey ho. Alrighty, so 15 enemies. We need to kill some destroy some artillery things. Siege Master Traxian Slade. We got to kill him. Go. Oh, we should probably be keeping our shield up at least. You know, let's play the game if the game wants to be played. And some kind of faster loot add-on. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of add-ons I should have up and running now. I'm kind of now starting to feel like the add-ons for the beta are probably a necessity. And if I really am going to do testing, I should probably have a DPS meter. Let's be fair. We'll bash out a few world quests and then we'll take a look at some add-ons for this dude. See if we can get them up and running. Where's these siege artillery that we need to destroy? I feel that I should be looking for that more than trying to focus on killing things. You see my point though about having a shield as a hunter's kind of like, it just feels a bit pointless because, well, if you're doing your huntery thing properly, then you shouldn't be taking any damage. I'm also thinking this world quest feels very hyper spawny. I drop myself 8 hunters here and just pew pew. This is feeling. I'm always trying to think about how I can play the game from a multi-box perspective. Where are the siege artilleries that I'm meant to be destroying? I cannot see them. There's lots of dudes down here that are all considered troops, but where is the artillery? Ah. There's a bomb on the floor. Is it a boom? Yes, it is a boom.
Should be proud.
Okay, so we need to find 4 more of those then. Here's one. Alright, you go over there. That's 2. Oh, the animation for my death chakram didn't go off. What's this? Number 3. We've killed everything we need to kill, so we just need to try and oh, let's get out of the way of the big explosives. We need 2 more artillery things to kill. We seem to have come to the end of these ones.
Stand and fight.
I'm actually taking significant amounts of damage from somewhere. How is that even possible? Oh, here we go. Unguarded. Yoink. There's one at the back there as well. Run away. we go.
No equal, more Walker.
Interestingly, the nameplates for our character are bigger as well.
Need to target something first.
Which one next should we do? Oh, this one actually gives us some gear. I'm not doing pet ones. I absolutely refuse to do pet ones. And I know for a fact this Chosen's Champion one, although it gives me rep with the Undying Army, the fact that it's a heroic one, if you try and solo this, it takes hours. So I'm just literally trying to bash out 3. So we'll do this one to get some new legs. We might fly up to this one to do the Abomining run. This one gives us anima. We're likely to actually need to start stacking up on some anima. I mean, arguably, we're probably going to do all of them today. But let's do the ones that are going to give us stat boost in terms of some legs. Oh no, I'm at that dangerous level at the day where my coffee's gone cold and I've run out. We might have to switch to the H2Os. How do we get to whatever this next one is? Because this very much feels like a dead end. Maybe the quest is down here somewhere. Maybe a world quest tracker add-on may not go amiss. Oh, I got stunned. Son of a... Go away. Genuinely, where is this world quest? I can't see it. Ah, maybe we have to be up here. You may have noticed that virtually all of my new hunter abilities I've removed off my bars even. Hunter's Mark is now useless because they've removed the damage boost from it, so it's literally just a waste of a GCD at this point. Your other... Aha, here we go. Arcane Shot is useless if you have Cobra Shot, because Cobra Shot also reduces the cooldown of your kill command, and it does more damage. What do we got to do with this then? What should I do? Watch the cave entrance. If that bent metal Viraz knows we're here, he'll send his lackeys to stop us. I'll work as quickly as I can. Aha. Defend. That's all you need to say. Just sold 7 compendiums for 15k, 100k coming in an hour. That feels great. It's likely the Compendium of Storms is likely popping off even more so now that Wowhead did an article about it, telling everybody that it's BIS. So the demand for those on live right now is probably even greater than it was before. It was a bit of a niche thing that only people that had simmed their characters really knew about, but now it's hit Warcraft mainstream media, should we say, that it's a BIS trinket. Yeah, get them crafted, get them sold. And here's you saying that you're going to switch servers because there's too much competition. You're banging out 15k trinkets at the end of in pre-patch. Methinks you should probably be sticking around. They're going for 5k on your realm. I mean, it really is a supply and demand thing. This is one of those situations where the larger servers are probably going to get better prices, just because the demand for them will be so much higher because of the population of the server. Expanding into the more expanding is the more correct choice for you. Yeah, I'm literally only digging. Yes, that's literally good. Long term, that will definitely be the case. Why is this dude... Oh, he killed my pet. Son of a bitch. There's me reading chat and I'm losing to a world quest, dude.
I do not have a target.
Boom. New gear. So that was 2 of the world quests. We need to do 1 more. Let's find an easy one. I mean, arguably the pet battle would probably be an easy one, but if it weren't for the fact that I have only 2 pets. So yeah, good luck testing that one. Didn't think of that when you made pre-made characters, did you, Blizzard? Didn't think to give us some pets so we could actually test your pet battle dailies. Let's take this flight point though, all the same. Only get 3k for them on your realm right now. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things that it's probably not really a big enough thing for me to suggest buying them out and relisting them. Because if they're only 3k on your realm in the first place, it kind of tells me that there's not a huge demand for them on your specific server. Meaning that buying them to flip them may end up leaving you with a bunch of them that you then can't resell. Seems that RP servers is a solid choice for transmog pets and mounts, and raiding servers for everything else. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is why characters that play on Moonguard are multi-millionaires, because they can just sell transmog all day long. People will physically go out and buy more WoW tokens just so they can buy more pieces of transmog if they play on Moonguard. It's a bonkers server. It's also very, very weird, but it's completely bonkers at the same time.
The constructs continue to bolster their forces at the Temple of Courage. Aid the Kyrian in eradicating them.
Be quick. Courage guide your blade.
Oh, this is somebody. This is a Bastion woman. What's going on? Not sure I agree. Well, if you're talking Argent Dawn, at least transmog super cheap there, has been for ages. I'm not sure about the specific Argent Dawn one. RP realms in general are, yeah, it's 50-50, I suppose. The fact that people will go out of their way to farm transmog there because they think it will sell better there, so it depends. It might still be somewhat server dependent, yes. I guess I was basing my opinion more so on theory than actual practice. How many of these dudes have we got to kill? 50 of them. This is turning out to be a very quick world quest. That was 50 done. What are we doing with this now? Boom, easy game. This is a good way to actually see the zone in its entirety. This area is huge. Now we have to kill this thing, I imagine. Dead.
The stain on our honor.
Now how do we get down? We're like a million miles up in the air. Oh, can we actually go down here? Nice. Well, actually, now that's 3 done, we can hearth back, can't we? Because we were smart and we actually set our hearthstone to the right place. So is this the dude? Now we get a tribute. What we're going to get in this tribute bag, that's something I'm kind of interested in. Oh, that's weird. That first tribute bag used to give you a grey item that was worth like 2,000 gold. Now it only gives you like 150 gold. But we've got ourselves some anima tokens out of it.
Celebrate victory. Learn from defeat.
And maybe it's just because it was that very first tribute bag everybody is going to do. That's possibly the case. Deposit the anima in your sanctum reservoir. Show me the sanctum. Deposit. Boom.
Accept nothing but victory.
Speak with Osborne Black. Where's Osborne Black then? He's over here.
Must the rabble be so needy?
Speak to Venari in the Moor. Oh, we now have to do the Moor introductory stuff. Sure thing. But now it should mean that we can see the amount of anima. We have 710 reserved anima. But you can see it's going to cost us at least 1,000 anima just to start unlocking any of these. So 1,000, 1,000, so 2,000, 2,500, 3,500 we need to get tier 1 of each of these unlocked. So the question then becomes, how quickly can we actually obtain this anima, and are we capped in some fashion? Redeemed souls, we're going to get these from the Moor. But we're going to get introduced to that now, so let's head over to the Moor. Where's the flight dude? Is the flight master outside for this one? Where's the flight master gone? Down here somewhere. Here he is. Right, let's fly back to Oribos quickly. While we're flying there, I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Smash that like button. You've done really well with the like button so far today. Keep it up. Are we there? We are there. Good. Let's head into the moor. Our favourite zone in Shadowlands. This actually, I've just realised, now that we're playing on a realm where we don't get like cheat mode, we actually have to do the things and collect all of the things. We're going to have to spend a whole bunch of time in the moor. Zoom! Plus we'll get to see Torghast a little bit as well, which will actually be quite nice. Right. Hi Venari. Welcome. Good to see you again. Set the ground rules. Yep, sure. Ground rules are a whole bunch of stuff. Deal. Sure. Excellent. Now, have they fixed it so that you don't have to zone out and zone in again to hand this quest in? They have! Wonderful. Grab some gun shoes, maybe. Not a bad idea, to be honest. If it wasn't a beta realm, I would be doing just that. What's my week 1 Shadowlight plan? Throw 100% at your hunter or try and multi-box alts up ASAP. Week 1 for Shadowlands is going to be get my hunter to 60. Get the hunter to 60, get the campaign out the way as quick as humanly possible. Once my hunter is 60, I will start focusing on professions. I will get my jewel crafting and my leatherworking maxed and start getting them becoming profitable, which hopefully should all happen within the first 24 hours of the game being launched, give or take, depending on when I need to do some, sleep. But I hope to get to 60 pretty quickly. I've leveled through Shadowlands a couple of times. I kind of know what I'm doing, where I'm going, so there's a slight advantage there. Once the hunter's 60, once he's got his 2 professions ticking over, I will then get my paladin, my mage and my druid all through the more introductory quests and get them to the point where they can choose their covenants. And they will go threads of fate for leveling. I don't feel the need to power level those guys, but I will want to have them leveled up because they're going to be the guys that are going to have all of the other main professions. Namely, my mage is a tailor and scribe. My paladin has enchanting and blacksmithing. And obviously my druid is going to be herbalism and mining. I don't really plan to focus on the druid for herbalism and mining so much, as I plan to buy most of the materials I need to level my professions. But if there are any bottlenecks because materials are ridiculously expensive or super low in supply for any reason, then yeah, I might have to resort to my druid to manually go out and farm some stuff. But luckily I play on a big enough server that I don't see that being an issue. Once week 1 is done and I don't expect to have those 4 characters leveled up in week 1, but once I've got the professions ticking over nicely, my max level hunter doing huntery things, starting to play the end game, I will then maybe start looking in some spare time. Not that I expect to have much spare time to actually then do my multi-box hunters, which I'll just level them up. Hopefully it will then mean I can level them all up pretty quickly and easily. Any reputations that I'll be focusing on? I will be focusing on pretty heavily the Avowed. In fact, all 4 of those characters are going to need to be exalted with the Avowed. The Avowed are the dudes over in Revendreth. This area here, the Halls of Atonement. Simply because the Quartermaster for the Avowed gives you the Crafter's Mark II plan. So each and every one of my characters is going to need to focus on that at some point. Expect to see 2x4 farming groups on the regular for the Avowed faction. The Avowed faction is like the mini faction in Revendreth. The main faction, the Manthieus, give you Court of Harvester's reputation. But the Avowed is the main one I'll be focusing on. Simply because it's Crafters Mark II. Everything else might have their own little thing, but the Avowed is the main one I will focus on because all of my profession dudes are going to need it for Crafters Mark II. Rescue 5 souls and retrieve 25 Stygia. And then we use the Stygia to purchase the Cipher. Okie dokie, I remember doing this.
Strategy. To ensure one's continued existence within the mall, one must maintain a plan of escape at all times.
Oh, what are all these question marks about? Acquisition, blazing ingots, torment for the taking. There's quests in the mall. Since when were the quests in the mall? A monument to vengeance, crystallizing Stygia, Runeforged shackles, sundered soul. Hey, this could actually make the zone worth spending time in. Oh, hang on, I've not got a pet. And since we're out here and Death Chakram is boss, let's tag a few things. And then let's pew pew everything. They added the markers for dailies last reset. Nice. So it's actually, oh my god. There's me reading chat again and dying. Well, that's going to be an advantage then, that we actually know where and what we are supposed to be doing in the moor at least. Oh, your pet's dead. Maybe not pull everything in one go as the world is trying to kill us. I need to remember that this character is severely undergeared compared to most of the characters I've been playing with on the beta. Previously I was just rocking like item level 200 PvP gear, and now I am definitely not. This is good because it gives you an indication of exactly how the game is meant to be played. Why is my pet not holding aggro? Oh, kill shot didn't kill it. This is one dude we need to let escape. Oh no, I forgot to focus this dude. Now my crows is on cooldown. That's not meant to be the case. Oh, and my pet's dead again. Holy shit, stuff does hit hard out here, you know. I mean, paying a slight bit of attention would probably be wise, but we need 4 more. Hang on, why? I thought I collected a soul. What's going on? Oh, I need to collect them. A soul keeper crystal floats beside you, capable of absorbing souls and transporting them out of the moor. Well, I thought that's already happened once. Okay. Maybe it hasn't. Well, these have got to be souls over here, right? This quest has completely changed since I last did it. $140 is like a freshly dinged level 60. You'll get smashed pulling multi-mobs. Yeah, I'm starting to realise that. But this is what I wanted. I wanted to like experience endgame how it's meant to be. which is why I'm doing the level, why I'm testing on this server. Because just running around being OP, one-shotting everything, although it's good for testing, it's not really beneficial long term. God's sake, take a note of where you are when you die, because you drop your Stygia on death and then have to go and pick it up. Yeah, that's actually a wise statement right there. You can see I've got to pick up 25 Stygia right now. When you start playing this properly, this is just the introductory quest line, so it's a bit, doesn't really matter quite so much right now, but. You two sneaking up on me, look. Sneaky sneakies. Song-like mechanics. Nice. Yes. Yeah, actually my pet's taking a reasonable amount of damage here, you know. Oh, there's me pulling extra targets again. Oh, I should really be using my my shield, I suppose. I keep forgetting to use it. I'm not used to actually even having it in the first place, that's the thing. Una memento. I have been given a dog. Dog's come to say hi. I'm not going to faff around with dog cam today though. This should be soul number 2, right? Soul number 2, come on out. Let me collect you. Yeah, sorry, no dog cam today. No, well, you can ever so quickly. We can do a very quick dog cam. There's dog cam. Hey dog. Oos. Oos. Not listening. Well, she likes to chill at my feet, but there we go. There was dog cam for the day. Someone just gifted me a bunch of bags on my alt at the auction house. Huh. Somebody obviously can't be bothered to sell them. Well, that's a bonus. And any freebie's a good freebie. Right, we're missing 3 souls still. We're doing alright on our Stygia, but we need more souls. Where are these cages with the souls in them? We need more. Now, obviously, the elites are going to give us more Stygia. It's my naked level 10 banker on my other account. Someone just gifted you some bags. Nice. Who says people aren't generous? I was going to let my pet just kill this, and then I realised I really don't want my crows to be on cooldown again. And my crows is on cooldown. God damn. Oh! Oh, I let the dude out of his box, didn't click him quick enough, and he fucked off. Oh, delightful. Right, well, make note of that. When you click your cages, make sure you talk to the dude pronto or he disappears. What a shit show. Surely that shouldn't happen. That feels very much like a bug. Especially considering these, the souls are considerably rarer than they used to be. The first time this was implemented on the beta, you just went up to a big dude, pressed a button, and he just gave you like 10 souls. But yeah, unless you click on the caged soul, it despawns and disappears really quickly. Your actions in the maw incur the eye of the jailer. Reaching 5 runes will increase your threat level. Sure. Sure. Plan to go big on Jawn crafting. I would absolutely like to go big on everything. But I think Jawn crafting is probably going to be my main focus. Not for any real specific reason. Other than I've mained Jawn crafting and leatherworking for the longest of time. And that's one of the professions my main character is going to have. Because I'm trying not to switch my professions around because I've got lots and lots of past expansion skills already with them, so I don't really want to give that up. Yeah, Jawn crafting I'll go pretty big on. There's only 2 base legendary items I'm going to need to craft, which in turn is it's gonna make it a bit cheaper to get the legendaries on the go, assuming though that people want the necks and the rings as their base legendary items. I can't see why they wouldn't. But also Jawn crafting is Jawn crafting is a good one to start with, because the demand for the gems is not going to be very high to begin with, meaning that the price of ore usually starts really high. After a few days the price of ore absolutely plummets because everybody's farmed it up whilst leveling and is trying to sell it to cash in, and it's then you can buy a whole bunch of cheap ore, then start prospecting the cheap ore, so that when the raid then comes out you've got a whole bunch of gems and materials all ready, so that, oh hang on, what's this? Oh, no. Yeah, you've got a whole bunch of materials and stuff already ready for then when everybody else tries to start leveling their Jawn crafting and cashing in on it, and everything is twice the price. So there's kind of a bit of a delay with Jawn crafting until it will be profitable, which may be a good thing, may be a bad thing, depending on how much gold I have available to me. But we'll see how it goes. I was meant to get another soul from that cage, and it disappeared on me again. I need one more cage with a dude in it. I tell you what, not being able to mount out here is double level frustrating. Oh, hang on, here we go. Let's kill this then. I'm feeling like I need to pop cooldowns even on just like regular ass mobs, you know. It's kind of refreshing to not be OP. Just managed to get exalted with the Cloud Serpents and get the Jawn crafting mount designs. Nice one. That's what we like to hear. Get a couple of them crafted, keep them on the auction house. And if you farm up a bunch of the onyx eggs, which I assume is how you did it so quickly, you can get exalted with those guys like within a day if you really want to. I need to be cautious of not letting my pet die. As long as my pet's alive, I stay alive. He says as his pet literally dies. Calm. We've got what we need. Just run away now. Just run away. The eggs were a pain to get as there's too many hunters, so I had to do dailies for a few days. Yeah, the downside is right now that all of the hunters are there because they want the compendium of like Cloud Serpent taming or whatever the fuck it's called. Hunters basically now have the ability to tame the cloud serpents, but they need the book, which is sold when you're exalted with the Order of the Cloud Serpent. So yes, there's a lot of hunters there for other reasons than jewel crafting, which are probably stealing all the eggs, to be honest. What's this mysteriously thumping orb about? Shatter the orb, taking the Stygia from it for yourself. 1 second cooldown. A collection of Stygia bound together by strange magic. It pulses in time with your heartbeat. Bind on pickup. Costs 250 Stygia. What's the point of that then? Well, I suppose... Yeah, what's the point of that then? Alright. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm sure I probably am. Wouldn't be the first time.
I trust you are not followed. All mysteries will...
Right. Now. So you should be happy. Reinforce 4 soul wards. Okay. They're around here somewhere.
Low profile. The mall is no place for theatrics. Get in, get what you want, and get out. While endeavoring to retain your limbs. Now that the jailers noticed you, you're doomed.
I'm doomed.
Of import you do in the mall will catch his attention. And attention is exactly what you don't want.
Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3. We're 1 out of 5 by the looks of things. Jailer's going to stay off our case for a while. What do you mean invalid target? I'm literally right under it.
First, he'll turn the Soul Seekers on you. Then the towers. Then his kill squads. And after that, well, you don't want to know. Surgical and meticulous. That's how you stay alive. The good news is that you're safe here in my refuge. Not so out there. Remember, should a tragic fate befall you, some of that precious...
Ah, I've just had a thought. Maybe those things you buy from Venari is a way to sort of secure your Stygia, or to somewhat save it up, so that if you die, you don't lose it.
Fret not, mortal.
Or maybe it's a way for you to transfer it between characters?
Turn his attention
Were they?
elsewhere.
Did anybody note whether they were bind on pickup?
To venture out again, to acquire Stygia. For me,
Because if you just have Stygia lying about, you lose it when you die. But if then you trade it for an actual item, mysterious thrumming orb. Ah, they're bind on pickup. So if you get yourself 250 Stygia, you can probably buy one of these, which is a sort of a way of securing it so that it doesn't, you don't you don't lose it if you die. Then the likelihood is when you break it, you get that 250 Stygia back again to then use. So you'll probably stack up a few of these for when you're saving for these higher end, like 2,500 Stygia. Your Memory of the Jailer's Eye, for example, 2,500 Stygia. You'd need to like save up 10 of these, maybe. That's maybe what they're for. That starts to make more sense.
I will detain you no longer.
Place the signalling beacon. Yep.
Rule 3. Trust is earned, and information has a price. You recall the cipher I gave you? That's right. You are now in my debt.
Well, at least they've added some markers for the daily quests out here. It kind of, because before you would just go here and though it was just empty. It gave you no real impression of like kind of why you were meant to be here. Oh, I keep pressing my mount button and I can't. I have to use my zoom cooldowns. It's going to be interesting to see just how much time we feel that we need to spend in the Maw. Whether it's going to be a zone that you're going to actively go to daily. Well, I am the Maw Walker. Technically, I've already escaped it, right? Isn't that the theory? Isn't that the law? Tell you what, out here, the things have enough health that it's actually difficult to keep my Murder of Crows off cooldown.
Your soul shall soon be bound to the jail.
You know if the Maw is war mode on. I think it's the same as any other zone. It's optional to have it on or off. To be fair, like, PvP in the Maw is going to be really egregious. Yeah, I considering the fact that when you die in the Maw you drop your Stygia, doing the Maw with war mode on is going to be horrendous. Especially if you're Alliance. Now we zoom back.
Have you come to trade or to waste your
Bloodhoof War Mace. Well, we picked that up. It's fine.
Do tread carefully when the eye of the jailer falls.
Speak with Bolvar, Four Dragon, and Oribos.
It would be, you really shouldn't linger here. The jailer doesn't like having his toys taken away.
What are we actually going to need to look to farm up for in the Maw, though? We get the Cipher of Relocation quickly and easily. Soul Winning Scepter. Bond your soul with that of a nearby ally, increasing all stats of your ally and yourself by 5%. This bond will break if you and your ally move more than 100 yards from each other. 5-minute cooldown. So I guess that's somewhat beneficial if you tend to do your questing with a friend or partner. It's just a straight 5% stat boost. Oil of Ethereal Force. Jaunt into Erethelnearness. That's not a word. Massively increasing your movement speed and rendering yourself invisible to most enemies. Oh, okay. A nice little speed boost pot. Definitely going to be needed. Cost yourself 50 Stygia. Cipher. Enhance your defences against the Gorgon Laminate in the River of the Souls, reducing its frequency by 80%. Not gone there yet, don't know what that is. Unlock the Anima Flow Teleporter at Veneres Hove, allowing you to quickly travel places. That's going to be beneficial. Killing an enemy grants you the Jailer's Eye, increasing your agility by 1% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 7 and increasing the duration by 1 second for each additional stack. The duration of the Jailer's Eye is increased by 50% while in the Maw. This is interesting. So there's actually even legendary powers that are specifically beneficial to you being in the Maw. That scares me, because that tends to give the impression that we're going to have to spend a lot of time out here. Possibility Matrix. Come to a better understanding of the infinite possibilities of anima. Expanding with your selection of powers within Torghast. You will always see at least 2 choices when using an animal horde. Oh, that's cool. Gives you a boost to your Torghast skills. Add a socket to Shadowlands item if that item does not already have one. Well, this is the big reason we're going to spend a lot of time in the Maw. Sockets on gear. If you're not lucky enough to roll a socket on the piece of gear and you want a socket on that piece of gear, then you can spend 2,500 Stygia to add a socket. This is where your daily farming of the Maw might come into play. Realistically, only so if you are looking to min-max your characters and are if your guild requests that you do this, then you're likely going to have to do it. But I mean, yeah, this is a real min-max thing, but this is how you get the add some gem slots. And then the Manifest Aether Shunt. Add a conduit you do not have to your collection or upgrade an existing conduit by 1 rank. The upgraded conduit will be selected randomly from your lowest rank conduits. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, both of these two combined are going to give you solid reasons to spend your life in the Maw, you know. Simply the fact that you're giving you the conduits that you don't already own, or increasing the rank of the conduits you do already own. Yeah, you're going to plow through these. This is some sort of this is likely to allow you to catch up on your alts, I suppose, instead of having to go out and gather all of the conduits that you need for a class specifically. Just on your alts, spend a bit of time farming in the Maw, and you can pick them up passively. I guess that's going to be the way that this will work. Conduits ranked up to 15. I'm not sure how high they go, but yeah, 15 is a potential. A yikes if so. Yeah, they do go pretty high, but of course we're not going to be able to max them out until we get way later in the expansion, so don't worry about it too much right now, I feel. How we doing, Ben? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. So we could pick up a few quests here now, but let's head back and complete the campaign and see sort of how the game naturally pushes us. I think it's six or 7 in the first raid. Yeah, getting to rank 6 or 7 for the first raid sounds sensible. I do feel we're going to spend a reasonable amount of time in the Maw though. More time than I think we probably would like. It's likely going to be a case of you get your dailies done, get your world quest. Oh, I say dailies. Get your world quests done. Make sure that your covenants callings are completed, because these are going to give you not only big reputation boosts. This is going to be a good way for you to get your renowned for the week as well on your characters. Speak with Bolvar in Oribos. Let's go speak with Bolvar then. Doing this, I think I've leveled God knows how many characters on the beta now. But this sort of reaffirms my theory that the first time I play through this game, I'm just kind of on autopilot. I don't really get or understand what I'm doing. But once I've done it a second or third time, I start to enjoy it a lot more. Which is why I would highly recommend anybody, even if you want to try and avoid spoilers, at least play through the PTR a little bit, the beta a little bit, as and if and when you get access to it. Report to Baroness Draka at the seat of the Primus in Maldraxxus, and that will get us 5 redeemed souls. We use these then to power up our covenants.
The balance must be restored.
We can probably hearth back there, can't we? We can. We should get introduced to our first soulbind in a second, and we can start picking up conduits. I also am going to annoy a few of you in the chat because my wife has just gone to grab some sushi for lunch, so we're going to have a little bit of a sushi eating ASMR video watching. 5-10 minutes. So I apologise in advance for that, but needs must because I'm hungry. Redeemed souls, here we go. Bringing it all together. Speak to somebody. We'll get our first piece of our, I'm going to call it our World Quest set. I don't know what the actual name for this really should be, but I'm going to call it the World Quest set because that's basically what it is.
Even here, I protect the weak. You here for inspection?
So to give you an indication, this World Quest set as such, there's maximum of 9 pieces you can equip. The 3 set increases your out of combat regen while in the Shadowlands. While in your Covenant's realm, the regen amount is increased even further. So yeah, this is going to be beneficial for when you are running about doing your world quests, getting your callings completed. You need a 3 set bonus to get that one. Set 5, whilst Fleshcraft is active, your agility is increased by 100. That's just a flat damage increase. That's pretty chunky as well. That's going to be the equivalent of just like a flat 10% damage increase. That's pretty juicy. And then the final 8 set. Killing an enemy reduces Fleshcraft's cooldown by 3 seconds, and your critical strike rating is increased by 35, stacking up to 5 times. There's a big boost to your crit as well. Starter Sanctum upgrade. You'll receive your first piece of renown for the week. But let's look at the Sanctum then. We've got ourselves 710 reserved anima. We have 5 souls. At this point, there's only one thing that we can actually upgrade, because it only takes 500 anima. We could go out and we could try and get ourselves a few more resources. But I'm thinking that it's... This is the adventures upgrade is basically the mission table. Do we want to upgrade our mission table, or do we want to go gather up a bit more anima? Do we even have access to additional anima at this time? Easily. 4 times 85. What's 4 times 85? Like 350, something like that. 340 anima we can pick up from that world quest. 340 anima from this world quest. And no anima from there. We could arguably go and do the world quests in all of the different zones to collect maximum amount of anima. No one ever wants to upgrade a mission table. Yeah, yeah, that's my theory. I will upgrade the mission table if I absolutely have to, but considering we're restricted to the amount of anima that we can potentially obtain, I think going around doing the world quests, gathering our anima is going to be quite crucial. Because each one, 85 anima stored in your Covenant's reservoir, you get 4 of them for each world quest. So I think my maths is right there. I think it's 340 anima for each of these world quests. Some of them are obviously giving reps, some of them are giving gold, some of them are giving other things. And the more is where you're going to go and get the souls that you need. But we got given 5 souls to start with, so that will get us... We only need 1 for each of the rank 1 upgrades, so it's likely going to be that you're almost going to want to level these up equally anyway. But as it seems to be the kind of the way that the game wants us to do it, let's upgrade our mission table to start with then. It's going to take an hour for us to unlock that anyway, so increased stamina once we get our next renown point. Oh, we get this straight away. We don't actually need it to have been upgraded. Cool. So renown 2, we get stamina increase. Speak with the Plague Deviser Maraleth about soul binding process. Okay. Introduce me to the soul binds, please. Yeah, this whole sort of the actual endgame experience has been very weird on the beta up until now, because we just got given 40 renowned instantly.
With victory comes
my apprentice, you return at last.
Complete the soul binding ritual. Sure.
Am I forgetting something? I am ready when you are. Oh, this is quite exciting.
Alrighty.
Good to see you, my apprentice.
So we get our first soulbound. We get our... oh, Jesus, the names of everything. You know what I mean. Activate a soulbound power using the Forge of Bonds. Necrotic Barrage. Death Chakram generates an additional 2 focus. And the damage is increased by 5%. Well, yeah, that's definitely going to be a boost for us. So, Volatile Solvent. Using Fleshcraft with nearby corpses derives a benefit from a corpse. Differing based on the creature's type. Okay. So that's going to require a bit of testing to see what we get. But arguably we just use our Fleshcraft on cooldown anyway. Requires Renown 5 before we get access to these next ones. But which direction would we like to go in? That's the question. Travelling with Bloop. While standing still, you slowly build stacks of Bloop's Wanderlust. At 5 stacks, your movement speed is increased by 10%. So movement speed boost. When reduced under 50% health, Ooze courses over you, granting a shield for 15% of your maximum health. 10 seconds. So another shield. Your first attack or spell cast on an enemy increases your damage done to them by 10% for 10 seconds. Well, that's arguably the one that we want, isn't it? Plus, we have to go through a finesse. We would arguably want to go through the potency one, though. Because that's basically the DPS one. But this ability, actually, doing a little bit of planning ahead. Plaguey's Preemptive Strike appears to be the best one for us on a damage basis. But we're then going to need to find a finesse. What was this offering us? It was going to give us, what was it? It's going to give us a, you see, this is it. It's going to give us a potency conduit. Where actually, what we would probably want to select is the finesse conduit. But we then won't have a finesse conduit to go in there. So do we go with the potency one so we can use it straight away? Because we're not going to have 5 renown straight away. So maybe we can actually take this to begin with, then look at swapping it because we have this stupid conduit energy thing now. So installing a conduit costs 1 energy. An energy is recharged every 24 hours. 1 energy is going to be recharged in 6 hours. So maybe we do just go the potency to begin with, because we're not going to have this until whenever. We can always change it. Feels counterintuitive though, because if you were just to go onto here and you were going to look and do some planning ahead, you would want to go this way. As a hunter at least. This is why this can never be balanced. But right, now we've done that, we get Necrotic Barrage. Or Barrage, whatever you want to call it. Plus we got a companion. So our mission table now has a dude to do something with. Add the conduit to the Forge of Bonds, then socket it into a slot on the... Ah, well that's interesting. How would we then go about completing that if we chose anything other than the potency slot? If we chose the finesse one, we wouldn't be able to put this in it, so we wouldn't be able to complete that quest. That's odd. Oh, it was just adding... Okay, so adding the conduit here, I see, is what triggers the success of the mission. Or does it even? No, you have to apply the conduit. So if you didn't choose the potency one, you then couldn't complete this quest. And you'd have to waste some of your energy changing it. This is... Yeah, don't like that. Don't like that. But anyway, slap that in there. Apply conduit, go. Consumes 1 energy. Sure thing. Why this doesn't need to be a system, Blizzard. Doesn't need to be a system. But alright, fine. Now Death Chakram does some more stuff. Excellent work, my apprentice. You've completed your training and now a true Necrolord. That means that you've taken on additional responsibilities such as the burden of genius. A. Already had that. Believe Baroness Dracra wanted to have a word with you. Report there. You will unlock world quests. You will also gain a second renown. Unlock access to world quests in Shadowlands. Well, I already have access to world quests in Shadowlands. Because you told me to do 3 of them to even get to this point. Odd. I mean, I genuinely already have access to world quests. That feels a bit weird. One of the missions was literally go do 3 world quests. We went and did 3 world quests, and now we're getting access to world quests? Really? Sure. Well, more importantly, we get our second renown. So now we get our renown 3, new appearance available. Securing the house. Your journey to the moor was impressive, but it will take even more phenomenal feats to earn the loyalty of the Maldraxi. Increase your renown among our ranks, Moorwalker. The Maldraxi are dedicated soldiers, but they will not follow just anyone into battle. Let your deeds prove your worth to them. Increase your renown. Okay. Got it. So we need to get to renown 4 to complete that quest. Maybe specific Necrolord quests. Yeah, possibility. Let's have a look. Ah, see, it's loaded up. It's given us the tributes, which are the callings. It should say gives you access to callings rather than world quests. Okay. Let's remind myself what this was doing. Death Chakram generates an additional 2 focus and the damage is increased by 5%. Okay, 5% boost in damage just gives more focus. Sure, fine, got it. Got it! So, how do we get to Renown 4 then? Well, what did we actually get by... Oh, we can't see. We got to go speak to the Sanctum upgrade dude. Said it gave us a new appearance. I'm interested what this appearance is.
You here for inspection?
Okay. There's no way to see... It doesn't appear to be a way to see the rewards you've already obtained. Because the milestones don't start until you hit 9. So that new appearance we gained, I've got no way of seeing what it actually was. All I know is that when I get rank 4, I unlock the next part of the campaign. Okay. We've done 1 of 8 chapters. We got the House of Eyes. Okay, sure. Bit weird that we can't actually... Oh, maybe it's this. Maybe it's unlocked. It gives us the ability to unlock this one. I see, okay. Standard of the Necrolords. Let's see what it looks like. This is by default. This is a backpack. We'll get this backpack if we spend 2,500 anima. So if you are a bit of a transmog junkie, this is going to get expensive pretty quickly. But this is what we unlocked at Renown 3. We need Renown... Oh, Jesus. Renown 34, Renown 37, Renown 17. Renown 37, 37, 22, 22, 22, 22. Renown 30. So we're not going to get the ability to buy anything else for quite a while. 17 is the next milestone before we can... In fact, the next thing we can pick up is the Plague Rot Mount, which is Renown 17, which is likely to take weeks to pick up. God, this greenish Necrolord quests looks like mouldy pages. I already hate them. Hope it won't become my best... Yeah, the colouring of the Moldraxis and the Necrolords is a bit off-putting, I agree. Seems the backpacks are the new transmog fashion thing. It appears to be that way. Having a backpack is apparently cool now. Starting to feel a bit more like Pokemon every day. But sure. Okay. Aha, doorbell. Back in 2 minutes. Una memento. Alrighty, where did we get to? Where did we get to? Yes, we were analysing the renowned quartermaster. I see. Right, I'm going to multitask now, simply on the basis that my sushi has arrived, and I need to somehow work out how I'm going to eat sushi and play the game and live stream all at the same time. So, if things get a bit weird, you know why. Also, I've had to move my microphone over to the side just so I've, got room for food and all that. Arguably, we should be let's find a video or something to watch. Anybody got any suggestions on videos we should be watching? Literally for only 10 minutes while I eat some sushi. Do we want to start watching the Covenant Wars from Preach? Preach is kind of our go-to. He's our go-to, isn't he? Oh, it was even linked there. Wow, my competition just dropped the price of tomes by 10k gold. Ouch. Ouch. Well, competition will do crazy things like that, unfortunately. If we look at the Covenant Wars by Preach, we can actually pick a class. Oh, he did the Hunter, didn't he? Let's watch the Hunter bit, considering we took a look at them. We took a look at these earlier ourselves. Let's see if Preach shares the same opinion as we do with the old Hunter class. He probably is going to look at it from a raiding point of view rather than like gold making or any of that jazz. He's definitely not going to be looking at it from a multi-boxing point of view. Let's pause the tunes for a minute. Let's check the volume on this. It's not redonkulous.
Got some interesting things to say here.
Yes.
You've
That's
been
right,
having a lot of fun with your Hunter.
Yeah.
Where do we stand on Resonating Arrow? I've lost a lot of interest in this.
So much interest. Gone.
It's gone. There's no real.
It's just a flat crit
application
boost,
I
right?
Found for the shooting through walls besides just PvP sometimes.
Nah, it's a crit amp.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Finger Leaving agrees. It's just a crit
It's a
boost.
shame. Well, hopefully people will. I would say people might find a lot more fun in it if you're PvPing, but the ability to shoot through walls on paper sounds awesome. Practical wise, it basically is the same spell as Wild Spirits, is what it feels like to me, where you just throw it down.
Yeah, but less fun.
On to one that I really dislike is Flayed Shot.
It's a bit quiet, isn't it?
Just bugs the shit out of me. This is
Yeah.
Purely because on occasion you can't even utilize the procs depending on the spec you're playing, and it just gets on my nerves.
Blade Shot's the Manthieus one.
It's the Flayed Shot is the Manthieus spell where you put a dot on the target, that's fine, and then you have a 15% chance to get kill shot. The proc chance is seemingly really random. I've had it like proc twice back to back at the end where I can't use them if I'm playing like MM or something.
Yeah.
It's not consistent. I would like it on impact and when it ends, so I kind of know when it's coming and I can make good use of it. But it's just
that's not
random.
a proc, Preach.
Sometimes I put it on and it just takes half the duration.
Hang on. The definition of proc is that it's a random proc chance. If it always goes off when you cast it, then it's not a proc. It's just an ability that causes kill shot. I mean, I kind of agree that having it on a more regular occurrence would be nice, but that kind of feels like it defeats the point of it being a random proc if it's not random. Am I wrong there?
Before it comes out, but you've had a lot of fun with it with the survival, I think.
No.
Oh god,
this thing sucks. Like I've had times where I've put it on the target and it's not procced a single kill shot. Like
yes,
that just is terrible.
Yeah.
Considering it's a 15% chance, I don't know. It would have made so much more sense if they just made it fixed procs, like you say. When they changed the kill shot to be free, that was a big thing. Because sometimes it would proc and you just wouldn't have focus, which sucks.
I think what he was trying to say was it feels
so
bad as a random proc.
Kind of fixed, but it's just so inconsistent.
It just feels bad.
Maybe across a long fight, like a 10-minute fight or whatever, you'll get consistent levels of procs, but when you're just like running through dungeons and stuff, it feels terrible. Yeah,
it's far too often you're just throwing it on a target. Because I like I said, if they could make it proc on impact and proc when the dot ends, I would be fine with that. You're running into a pack, you throw out your Flayed Shot, and then you know you're going to press kill shot next. I like that kind of level of consistency, as opposed to, like you said, sometimes you put it on a target, and that target might die within that 20 seconds, right? 20 seconds is a long time for some enemies to...
Or maybe it's just how he's phrasing it. Because a trinket, for example, has like an internal cooldown. If it dropped a dot on the character and then had an internal cooldown rather than just random, because that's how a lot of trinkets proc. They'll have like an internal cooldown that it will go off and then it can't go off again for a certain amount of time. So maybe that would make it feel a little bit more consistent rather than it just being totally random. I think it's probably just how he's phrased it in the video that confused me. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Stay alive. And you can say, oh, well, you shouldn't use it on that target. It's like, well, some packs just have those kind of enemies in. And you just don't get any procs out of it. It's just like you put a reasonably average, mediocre dot on the target. Whatever.
Yeah.
So it just has some application uses that make it feel lackluster. Death Chakrams was nerfed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But not that it was particularly fun anyway. But the anime...
What? It's nerfed? How's it been nerfed? I've just praised it for all of its goodness.
Is really nice. It's fire and forget. You just throw the Death Chakrams out.
Animation's cool. The only interesting part about it is the focus gen. That's the only interesting part.
Yeah, as MM, I actually got some really good usage out of this. Like,
does
instead
shitloads of damage.
Fire and forget, like I just said. If you can do a couple of, like, an aim shot into Death Chakram, you got a much smoother flow out of your character. Although and because it's on a 45-second cooldown, you got to do that pretty regularly. So from that aspect, it works pretty well. The
very first conduit that we've literally just got though gives it a straight 5% stat boost, and that's at rank 1. I imagine that by the time you've ranked that conduit up a whole bunch of times, the actual damage output of this Death Chakram is going to get ridiculous.
Not sure whether Finn, and I don't know how you feel about this, it's kind of filling a hole in the spec that shouldn't be there in the first place.
Yeah, your focus gen is really low. Or it feels really low once you're level 60 with relatively low secondary stats. So all this did was like ease the transition from my hunter having high levels of haste to not having any haste. That was all it was.
Yeah, that's what it felt like to me as well. It's like it feels like it's plugging a hole that shouldn't be there in the first place. Because when I pop Death Chakrams, I kind of want to use it to go ham. Like, I wanted this to be the setup. I'm going to get all this focus generation. So
it depends how that single conduit thing like scales. Because if it's 5% stat boost, 5% flat damage boost at rank 1, is it going to be like 35% stat boost by the time we've leveled that conduit up a few times? I mean, then it really will be a case of like drop your cooldowns, throw in a Death Chakram, and it just goes wild. That could be really fun.
Want to utilize that in some way where I could do some extra stuff with my character rather than it enabling me to sort of play my character's ordinary rotation a little bit smoother, which is what I felt like I was using.
Yeah,
Wild
exactly.
Spirits. I think you really like this spell.
I love this spell.
I don't. What do you like about it?
Well, I like this spell right now because it has a weird interaction with survival. That's the only real reason. It's fun for AoE.
Boom,
that's the main
no
reason.
survival.
Although it is target capped, it's kind of not really. So it hits
Was it 5 targets?
5 nearby targets every time you or your pet use an ability against a target in the area. But almost every ability procs that 5 target burst. So yeah, it does lots, especially if you have uncapped AoE like survival does.
You see, I'm not a bigger fan of survival as you. You did kind of strong arm me into playing it the other day, and I did have fun. I'm not going to lie. I did enjoy playing it.
I'll give you a heads up for anybody that's about to quiz and about to ask. No, I'm not going to play survival. It's done. You're a hunter. You don't run in and smack things with a big stick. You shoot things from a distance. No survival.
Mainly because the damage is stupid.
Yeah.
It feels very weird playing an uncapped AoE class in the Shadowlands because you just get to... Your damage is exceptionally high just because you're able to hit more targets than anyone else, which is sort of cheating, I guess.
Yeah. And Wild Spirits, it just enables that. That's all it does. It just buffs that damage. It's amazing.
Yeah. It does. It does look cool, though. Out of all of them, it's easily the most visually impressive. You get this lovely blue circle, these blue lasers that shoot out of the sky. Good change was that your pet now interacts with it, so your kill command and stuff is worth casting.
I agree. It does look
amazing.
amazing.
Had a lot of problems earlier on.
Yeah.
It works really well in all scenarios, I will say that. There are lots of fights. I'm thinking about Manthieus and things like that, because I spoke with Alex, who also plays a hunter, and he's like, well, maybe we need to go Manthieus for the single target damage. And I was like, yeah, but look at the bosses. Like, we're doing things like Manthieus is going to be the hardest fight, and there are other nearly every other fight leading up to that.
What I'm really hoping is, because I plan to have 4 characters that I'm going to somewhat play actively in Shadowlands, my hunter, my mage, my druid, obviously, everybody's going to have a druid, and my paladin. I'm really hoping that I can split them up into each of the 4 covenants. Whatever, you know what I mean. Yeah, the 4 covenants. That would feel really good if I can get like my hunter to be something. So in essence, it means I get to see all 4 aspects of the story. I really don't want to have to like do Moldraxus 3 times just because it's better for 3 different characters, you know?
Stone Legion Generals, they're all cleave in one form or another, which kind of pushes us to Death Chakrams or Wild Spirits, in my opinion, and maybe even Resonating Arrow, and not the single target spell. Yeah. In which case, you're probably going Wild Spirits or Death Chakrams if you're playing MM, probably the other way.
And if it's proper cleave, you might as well just go Survival.
I swear the survival dream seems to be coming true, and it was foretold in the scrolls, and it does seem to be happening. What would you choose here? As a hunter main, I'm still lost. I don't want Flayed Shot, and I really am.
I hope there's an achievement for maxing them all.
Equal in terms of fun.
Yeah, I think I'd actually go Wild Spirits.
Yeah.
On all of the specs, I think.
Night Fae.
Just because
Finn's going Night Fae.
It's slightly
or suggesting to go Night Fae.
I think
it looks fun as well.
It's pretty. Yeah, it looks really pretty. It's fairly decent in all scenarios. Single targets maybe a little lackluster, but there's not many single target fights, like you said. So
yeah, they just aren't. It's not that reasonable a choice these days.
You don't pick a hunter for single target.
Wild Spirits.
If you're going to go hunter, if you go hunter and you want to do single target, you go marksman. But if you want to actually be a hunter and play like a hunter, you pick BM. And then BM has always been really good in Mythic Plus because of its cleave, and it's just like, yeah, super cool.
Chakram if I was MM, just for the focus management, because MM's doing quite a lot of damage right now, but of course balancing is still underway. Let's go to one of the tragic ones, actually. The Mage. Depending on which spec you like. Different covenants.
I've not leveled Mage yet on the beta, but I do plan to. As it's going to be one of my 4 classes I want to play.
I interviewed Scripe yesterday, brought this up, and he was like, dude, don't. Radiant Spark. I like...
We'll come to Mage when we're actually doing it. Yeah, it's interesting to see that Preacher's opinion on... Both Preacher's and Fingal's opinion on it is somewhat similar. I appreciate the fact that they look at it from a raiding point of view rather than in a different light to how I would look at classes, because they're very obviously raid focused kind of people. But it still looks like Night Fae playing through Ardenweald is going to be really good for a mage generally, but also Necrolord is. I feel the Necrolord is actually going to be quite powerful. By the time that Death Chakram ranks up, it's going to start hitting like a truck. I think you need to choose only best one only on your main and maybe secondary character. Third or fourth can be anything, in my opinion. Pick what's left for the story. That's likely to be the case, yeah. Which it will probably be whichever one I pick for my hunter. I will definitely pick something different for my paladin, as that's probably going to be the character I'm going to play most apart from my hunter. But then, yeah, my mage and druid, I'm probably not going to really worry about what they are at all. Hate leveling mages; it always feels slow. Mages have always been traditionally a slow class to level, simply because a mage really excels when it has a whole bunch of gear and can just absolutely annihilate its targets, which unfortunately is not something that happens whilst you're leveling, so... That was some top sushi. Food is done, lunch is done. We can get back to cracking on. If I haven't said it before, I have the best wife in the world. Let's get this stuff out of the way. In fact, I'm going to ever so quickly, so that we can properly crack on, get rid of all of my trash and go grab a drink, and I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Alrighty, we're back. Apologies for the food delay, but now we can crack on. Now I've had some food in me, we can really get going. Let's catch up with chat quickly. Are you going to level through the story or threads on your alts? I'm guessing the story is faster for leveling. The likelihood is that yes, the storyline is going to be faster than doing Threads of Fate. But simply the fact that you can start doing world quests, and I'm going to play my alts like alts, simply meaning that I will maybe log on them, do a couple of world quests, like casually level them up. I'm not going to Zerg 60 on my alts. I'll do it somewhat sort of at my leisure. The main reason being is my alts, I'm mainly leveling them for professions. And so that I can see the other three covenants. So it's not going to be super important for me to Zerg them to 60. I can level them at a bit of a slower pace. Obviously utilising rested experience, that sort of thing. It should be fine to level them through the Threads of Fate. She is listening, isn't she? Oh, you're probably referring to when I was complimenting my wife. She probably was listening, I don't know. She's got her headphones in downstairs though, so probably not. Right, but let's get cracking. So, we need to reach Renowned 4. That's what we actually need to do. This is going to be the first bottleneck in our ability to progress further. Now, the likelihood is that getting to rank 4 or Renowned 4 is going to come from some of these quests. Report to Bolvar in Oribos again. We need to meet Rathian and Emily at Sixfold Recluse. Now, Emily is going to be the next Soulbound to us, I believe. We can also start picking up some of our quests. Gather 150 soul embers from Torghast, Tower of the Damned. Oh, that's nice. One of our things is actually sending us to Torghast. I wanted an excuse to go to Torghast. Now we've got a really good one. Our Sanctum upgrade person. Has our Sanctum upgrade finished yet? Has it been an hour since we started it? I don't think it's been an hour, has it? Replenish the reservoir. Ah, this is how we're going to get that last reach Renowned 4. Collect 1,500 anima for the anima reservoir at the seat of the Primus in Moldraxis. So, realistically, to continue the campaign, we should be focusing on anima right now. 1,500 anima will get it. Oh! Huh? Okay, they're obviously balancing things still. Collect 1,500 anima for the anima reservoir. And then it has a 1 out of 1,000 fill the bath for. Odd. How do we bug report a specific quest? Encountered a bug quest. Replenish the reservoir. Quest asks for 1,500 anima. Requires only 1,000 to complete. That's descriptive enough, surely. There you go. Have a bug report. Let's pick up our other 2 more. Now these callings, time left 1 day 5 hours, 2 days 5 hours, and only 5 hours. Complete the Chosen Champions World Quest, the Theatre of Pain Dungeon, or the Plaguefall Dungeon in Mondraxis. Will additionally give us a Renowned, and it will also give us a Tribute, which is nice. So that then, theoretically, if we complete both of those, will give us Renowned 5, won't it? And it was Renowned 5 that we needed to get to the next tier of our Soulbind. You can see here, we need Renowned 5 to unlock these. So we're going to need to do a dungeon of some sort. Which one was it? What were the quests? Challenges of Mondraxis. The Chosen Champions World Quest, that was the one that was down here, the House of the Chosen. That's the one that I said if you do it solo, it takes bloody forever. The Theatre of Pain Dungeon or the Plaguefall Dungeon. So either we go do a World Quest or we bang out a dungeon, depending on whether we've got friends or not. Sure, see? That'll give us a Renowned. Plus we've also got... go to Torghast is not going to give us a Renown. There was another quest that we picked up. Oh yeah, of course, the Anima one. The Anima one's a weekly one. Okay. The callings you get 1 per day. We only need to get 1 more Renown. Vowed, I think, requires level 60 to gain rep on, so wondering how slow Profession Alts can level for Crafter's Marks, if that would set me behind. No, you can start banging you don't need to be 60, no. Until you have your first character leveled, there's a level requirement of 57, I believe, to pick up the introductory quests to the Avowed. But of course, on your alts, once you've done the campaign, once you've got 1 level 60 character already, soon as you choose your Covenant and start getting access to the World Quest and that sort of thing, you can actually pick up the quest to start gaining reputation with the Avowed at level 50. Or realistically, you'll be 51 by the time you actually get into Shadowlands. So it's 57 is the level requirement on your first character. On your second and any subsequent characters, it's 50, 51, depending on how quickly you can get there. That is obviously assuming that you choose Threads of Fate on those second characters. So that's basically my theory. I'm going to need to get the Avowed rep on my main character. I'm going to need to get to level 57 before I can do that. I'll probably start doing it during the leveling. Revendreth is the 4th zone that you get to. You get into Revendreth theoretically at about level 56, 57, maybe a little bit further. Only Wowhead says something about you needing level 60. Yeah, Wowhead is all over the place with its information, unfortunately. I've found Wowhead to be less than reliable so far. It's not their fault, it's just the fact that things are changing too quickly for them to update their entire website every time a change happens. But it does mean a lot of the time it was level 57 was the level requirement for the first entry level quest. I mean, obviously before the game goes live I will check those sorts of things again, but at least the way that it is so far. Let's grab our third one of these. Complete 3 world quests in Ardenweld. This will also give us renown. So we've got 3 different ways to get renown so far. So that will put us we're at 3 now. Well, that'll put us 4, 5, 6. We'll be renowned 6. But that likely will then be as much renown as you can get sort of very quickly. Right, so now we either go to Ardenweld and do some quests. We can do a dungeon or one big quest, which is this one, the Chosen Champions one, We complete that. Hey, we have a new member. There we go. Ulysses has joined the Morning Coffee Club. Welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Stream Elements is lying. Stream Elements is saying you've become a sponsor. You've not become a sponsor. I've just not updated the text on that one. Welcome to the Morning Coffee Club. Thank you. I do appreciate it. You now have yourself a fantastic little coffee mug to make yourself stand out in the chat. Now, we either need to do this Chosen Champions one, or we could queue for a dungeon. We queue for a dungeon, do we think? It'd be good to see a dungeon. There was one of 2 dungeons we needed to do, wasn't it? They were the options. Plaguefall or Theatre of Pain. Let's go Dungeon Finder, specific dungeon. Oh! Oh! That's interesting. Based on our item level, we can't do them. Theatre of Pain. Nope, we can't do the Theatre of Pain. It requires item level 144. We have item level 143. Well, that's a kick in the teeth, isn't it? Plaguefall. Oh, we can queue for Plaguefall. We're good to queue for Plaguefall. Well, let's go for that then. We can have that on the go. Literally 1 item level away from these, which is yeah, stupids. Need item level 155 before we can start doing heroics. So we need to go get ourselves a few more pieces of gear. Okay, so that's popping off. We'll get that 1 quest done once we complete this dungeon. What should we look at focusing on next instead? Let's go do some training in Ardenweld. In fact, let's look at the times on them. Which one do we have the least time to complete? 2 days, 5 hours. 1 day, 5 hours. Only 5 hours. Collect 150. Gather soul embers from Torghast. Oh, okay. Well, let's go do a Torghast then. We've only got 5 hours to complete this one, so we'll prioritise that. Let's go to Torghast then. That seems to be the sensible way to do things. What's this dude saying? Why has he got a thing on him? 13 minutes until this unlocks. So we'll go do a Torghast. We'll smash out a Torghast. Hopefully we'll have a Torghast and then a dungeon pop at some point. Hopefully this doesn't take hours. And then we can take a look at the mission table. This is all starting to flow quite nicely. Starting to get that flow on. Then maybe we can pop over to Ardenweld and get that bit done. Definitely feels like early days when you ding 60, you've got a fair amount to actually work on, which is nice. So we need to go to Oribos to then get to the Moor, to then get to Torghast. Which theme do you really fit into, referring to Covenants? It's difficult, really. Like my preferred Covenant is the Venthyr over in Revendreth. The vampire-y thing, it doesn't fit me personally, but it's the one that I think just looks the coolest. The fact that you're vampires and you host party and serve tea, and it's just a bit of fun. I like that. Out of choice, if there was no power gains to be had or bonuses to be had, out of the 4, I would probably pick the Venthyr in Revendreth. Bastion, the sort of Greek, like Athena styling of it, looks really cool. I think that looks smart. Bastion would probably be my second choice. And then you've got Ardenweld and Moldraxxus. Being a Necrolord, being all bony, being a skeleton, making abominations, that sort of thing is, in principle, sounds pretty good, sounds pretty fun. The issue is the zone itself. I really don't like Moldraxxus as a zone. And then Ardenweld, you have to be a bloody fairy. It's all fairy and fluttery that I don't particularly like. But on the flip side of that, Ardenweld as a zone is beautiful. it's a very, very nice zone to just spend time in doing questing, that sort of stuff. So there's not really a solid answer for that one. I like the Manthieus also, but the Night Fae bring the goods. Yeah, well, this is it. That's kind of torn in some regard. Which covenant do you recommend for a wannabe goblin? Wannabe goblins are going to want to go Night Fae. Is definitely the way that it feels. Night Fae have the access to the Queen's Court. Sorry, I call it the Queen's Court all the time. The Queen's Conservatory. And the Queen's Conservatory is quite definitely going to be one of the best ones for just passively making gold. Where's the entrance to Torghast gone? Have I not gained access to Torghast yet? Well, that dude is obviously just gone there and I don't have access to it. Maybe I need to actually finish... Maybe I don't have access to Torghast right now. Maybe I... let's go talk to this dude. I'm feeling that I missed a stage somewhere. Let's quickly head back to Oribos and finish that quest off. As I think I may have missed a step somewhere. There's me trying to head over to Torghast, and we haven't even unlocked Torghast yet. What are you two offering? You're the PvP dudes. Against overwhelming odds, sure. Observing arena skirmish, sure. Whatever. I'm not testing the PvP. Not for me. Sorry. Here we go. Right. Are you going to tell me about Torghast? Ah, here we go. I knew I'd missed a step. That's why. Find a way into Torghast Tower of the Damned. So Bane Bloodhoof is being held within Torghast. I must ask you to brave the dangers of the moor once again. Find a way inside that tower and look for any signs of our ally. You helped me peer into Torghast once before. True. As you go through the leveling process, you get introduced to Torghast. Through that shared bond, I may be able to see through your eyes and help you guide you through its torments. Right, so yes, we literally just missed a step. It wasn't very obvious, but it's fine. Oh, I didn't need to go through that, do I? I'm going to the moor. I just jump. I feel myself spending a lot of time in Torghast as well because, well, to put it simply, Torghast is super fun. And Torghast is actually a really good, it's a nice little way to introduce you to your class. If you, I mean, admittedly you have to be level 60 to get there, but it really forces you to use those abilities that you probably wouldn't normally use. Ask Venari for a way into the moor. I think I just tried to do that and he wouldn't tell me. Oh, how do I enter? Derp.
Once I told you that your friends were being held inside, I knew it was only a matter of time before you...
Search for Bane. Enter Torghast and search for Bane. Sure. Now we've got the Torghast portal. Now we're cooking.
I have already acquired a portal device that leads into the town. I will dispense
Let's hop on in. Hop on in. So, if you go this way, you get to the Rune Carver dude. When you first come into Torghast, you hook a right, and the Rune Carver's in there. That's where you will be able to do all your legendary business. Take the attuned shard to the Wayfinder and see where it leads. Use the attuned shard with the Wayfinder. Aha! Boom! Straight into Torghast. Nice. Nice. Sold a whole bunch of trinkets, total of 250k revenue, saving the rest for this afternoon when people get home. Crazy amounts of babysitting was needed though. Hey. Sounds good to me. Those trinkets are popping off. Your movement speed is increased by 60% when you're close to a wall, or just a straight 25% increase to the Phantasma. Well, more Phantasma early days is going to mean more abilities, so we might be able to use this to then get this anyway, so we'll go with more Phantasma. Click here to view your animal powers. Okay, sure. Oh, pet, hello, go. Let this guy go free. There we go. Now we gain every time you free one of those dudes, it's a 1%. Why is where's my pet gone? Hello? Pet, what the fuck are you doing all the way over there? God damn son of a bitch, he's pulling the whole zone. My pet's on a mad one. Alright, let's focus one at a time, please, Mr. Pet. Before you start doing any more crazy things. Professional streamer, by the way, you know. Well, it's now down to only 3k, so I'm going to wait till somebody resets them. Even if they don't, I made my money back selling just one, the rest is gravy. That's the way that it needs to be. Oh, we got some soul embers. Need 150 of those bad boys. Yeah, if I was actually spending any time on live right now, I would probably be camping the auction house, if I'm honest. Do we want a flat 150 Phantasma, or do we want Tar Trap radius increased by 100%? That's going to make Tar Trap huge. We could increase Tar Trap. We want the one that when we cast a flare into a Tar Trap, it does loads of damage. So maybe we'll go with that one. Maybe we'll do a trap-esque build. Look at the size of Tar Trap now. Boom! Oh no, that was flare. My bad. Nothing's going to trip it, but... Hang on, these are the wrong way around.
I am out of range.
Hang on, where are all these rats coming from? Can these rats go away? Oh, what trinkets? The High Compendium of Storms or something, the Scribe trinket, is it's simming as Abyss for many classes on the beta right now. Even though it's crafted with inscription and a significantly lower item level, its haste boost is like ridiculous. So they're selling like hotcakes. If you launch a flare into your tar trap, all enemies inside the tar trap will burn for a whole bunch of damage. There we go. So not only did we pick up our tar trap radius one, we got the flare one as well. Nice. And another dude to give us some stat boost. Is it possible to share the TSM profile with a toon on the same server on different account? Yeah, there is the account syncing thing. But the problem is it doesn't work very well. I am constantly fighting with the account sync system in TSM to actually work properly. I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. but it's annoying. It is possible, but it's annoying. Somebody like Billis would be your man to ask on that one, unfortunately. So I've not found a solid solution for it. I just find it annoying to try and use. So now we can tar trap. Tar trap is huge. Drop a flare in it, and then everything starts taking damage. GG. I'm liking these bigger nameplates using just the default UI. I think I would still probably use something like threat plates, but the fact that these things are huge and really difficult to miss. Oh, I should remember to pop all of the crates for some free goodies. Aha, research complete. Our mission table is now available. I'm a fan of platter. Huh? Have I missed something? Oh, the nameplate UI. Oh, I see. I'm with you. I've not used that one. Holy smoke, this level's huge. Which way do we want to go? We want to go this way because this thing's got an anima power in it. Disengage, cooldown reduced by 4 seconds, or Ashen things have a 10% chance to contain petrified pet food when destroyed. Consuming petrified pet food will increase your pet size by 100 and what? And damage by 20%. Well, I'm happy to take 20% damage. Yeah, baby. Spike traps. We'll just disengage. Ignore spike traps. Oh, hey up, where did all you come from? Oh no, I meant to put the tar trap down first. Does it still work it all the same? No, it doesn't. Damn, I have to do the tar trap first before that'll work. That's dumb. Very customizable, worth a look at if you like elf UI and changing how the way things looks. Ah, sounds interesting. I might take a look at that one. I tend to try and keep my UI as default as possible. I'll occasionally move a few things. For example, actually having my frame up here is not something I always like to have. We can move this one then down here. Now how do we lock that? This is sort of about as much of the as the UI as I tend to adjust. I know I've now basically got the same thing here twice, but... Oh, the fact that this moves so that I'm never on it is both good and both annoying, I've decided. Because it moves on the screen. I want that to be the same. We'll work that out at some point. Arguably I should be doing tar trap flare every time, although that was kind of pointless there, but you know. Ooh, epic one. Stunning a target with intimidation increases your critical strike chance by 100% and your critical strike damage by 100% for 6 seconds. So you stun something and then pop off. Enemies affected by any of your traps deal 25% less damage. Well, that actually syncs up nicely with the fact that we're doing tar traps and we're doing flares. So although that's really cool, that's too cool not to take, isn't it? Stun, so you stun something and then just pop off. This is why Torghast is so fun, because every time you go through Torghast, it's like a little bit different. And the fact that you get to do it at your own pace, it's kind of simple, kind of straightforward. And take your time with it. What are these things being left on the floor? Oh, these are the pet treat things. These are giving my pet a boost. Pet size increased by 100% and damage by 20%. Oh, was that the entire level? GG. Alright, are you going to sell me anything real good? Versatility by 3%. Hunter's Mark now increases damage the target takes from all sources. Oh, true, just as I've taken Hunter's Mark off my bar. Well, I suppose we can put it back. Cooldown on disengage reduced. Aspect of the cheetah cooldown reduced. We're taking things slow and steady, so movement speed's not super helpful. Your first concussive shot now roots them in place. That's kind of quite cool. Maybe we just buy a random. How much Phantasma have we got? 198. We just buy a regular random one, can't we? We get... The target of your misdirection has all of their damage increased by 20%. Ooh, misdirect my pet. There we go, we'll take it. We've got another power here. Oh, dropping any trap increases you and your pet's damage dealt by 25%. And we're dropping traps left, right and centre currently. Yeah, baby, we'll have that one. I agree, all praise RNGesus. Right, so now for example, we should be dropping a tar trap. That's going to increase our damage. We're going to drop a flare into it. That's going to do a whole bunch of damage. And things melt. And we're only on like floor 4 or whatever it is. Oh, not to mention we should be... our crit goes through the roof. Stun something. So every minute when we get to stun something, we can really pop off. Oh, okay, they hurt pretty bad. Okay. So we are still not immune. Let's remember that. Oh, need a pet. So tar trap, it triggers, flare into it. All the damage. Now I know I haven't got DPS meters activated, but the speed in which stuff dies should give you an indication of just how much damage I'm now doing. Rayhan, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Welcome, welcome. We need to find something big and juicy to test like everything on. So we drop a trap, we drop a tar trap, we drop a flare, we stun something, and then we pop off. Things are gonna melt. And we're only on floor 4. This is crazy. This is what can happen. You can like just out of nowhere get these crazy. Grab ourselves another power. Oh, and I've not even been using my death chakram. Look, that thing absolutely shreds. I've got too many buttons to press now. Genuinely got too many buttons to press. Things are dying quick and so quick that I don't actually have time to even press all my buttons. Yo, I was not standing in that. That's a lie. Okay, I'm standing in this one. Here we go, here's buttons. Wasn't buttons that, yes, buttons wanted, is what we needed to find. Are you going to give me a power now? What's the situation? Here we go. Fleshcraft. Oh, goddamn. Oh, I better not have lost that now. Pending anima power. Oh, can I? Oh, okay. Fleshcraft only lasts 15 seconds, but when it's consumed or expired, it explodes for a whole bunch of damage. Death chakram bounces once more. I've not been using Fleshcraft, but because I forget to use it, but maybe we should. Oh, but it only lasts 15 seconds now, so okay. That was a weird one. Ah, the problem is these guys are running out of my flare trap. That's an issue.
I cannot attack that.
Okay, maybe I'm not doing quite as much DPS as I thought I was, but still popping off. Another power, yes please, I'll take it. Fleshcraft treats more rats as powerful enemies, okay. Disengage reduces all the damage you take by 50%. A cloud of obscuring mist surrounds you, preventing enemies from targeting into or out of the mist. What? Yeah? That means ranged can no longer attack me, basically. That's what we're saying. Got 100 soul embers. We need 150. Hopefully we'll get the last 50 and not have to need to do another run of Torghast. But I wouldn't mind. Torghast is fun. Oh, this is a good opportunity for a bit of cheesing. So we drop a tar trap, drop a flare, we stun a dude, pop off, and then we fire. Oh! I'm quite sure, but if you do the endless mode of this, things just start to get like real ridiculous. And I'm so glad they removed the the time gating on this, so that you can just come to Torghast and you can just play at your own leisure. And it's good fun. Good, solid, not time-gated fun. That's what more of the expansion should be. Look at the size of my pet now, he's huge. So we want to go tar trap into the middle of this layer. Tar trap. Flare. Stun something. Pop a death chakram. And everything melts. Oh, it's fun. Oh, it's fun. This is why I want this game to go live. I would... I just want to be doing this in a fashion where it actually matters, you know. Because of course I've got to remember that anything I do on this character now, obviously once the beta's over, it's gone. Oh, what? I was way past that thing. Stupid game. Blame me, you lag. Oh, hang on. That wasn't meant to happen. You were meant to be an ability. Well, you're dead all the same. Are you going to give me that ability now, or are you just going to be a dick about it? Just going to be a dick about it.
Yes, mortal.
I will help.
A relic of great importance to you lies somewhere within the tower. I must find it.
Oh, look, that's not fair. Game's against me. Go on, do your swingy thing. Where have you gone? You're there. Oh my god, there's more of them. Oddly large Morat. Oh my... Whoa, hang on. Why have we got no health all of a sudden? What's going on there? That's not meant to be the case. Come on, pet, do your job. Isn't this the thing we need? The bell, yeah. Have we got all 150? We got 124 out of 150. I'm not particularly keen on attacking this guy without having full health, but sure. Oh no, I've done the wrong one. I need to remember to do the tar trap first. Oh, wow, it doesn't seem to matter. I now pew so hard. Death Chakram cooldown reduced by 5 seconds. Gain the Trailblazer talent. If you already have it, you can choose something else. Your attacks have a chance to fire a bolt of lightning, dealing 4,700 nature damage to your target. Wow. Do we want to go Death Chakram though? I think we want to go Death Chakram just because it's cool. Okay, floor 6. It's weirdly empty for some reason. Apart from this dude. We've got nearly 300 Phantasma now. When you attack a new creature, you are healed. Bestial Wrath duration increased by 20%. Hunter's Mark now increases damage. Kill command damage increased by 30%. Aspect of the cheetah reduced. Critical damage and healing increased. Nothing that seems to... floor 6 is boss, is it? Okay. So floor 6 is boss. Let's just go for one of these. See what we get from this. RN Jesus. RN Jesus gives us basically nothing. Derp. Killing a Morat increases your maximum health, whatever. Then we've got 143 left. So we can get one of these bigger ones. Kill command 30% damage increase. 20% longer. We'll go with longer Bestial Wrath. That's what we'll go with. Right, so we got a bit of setup now. We're gonna go tar trap. into stun, into blow cooldowns, into business. He's not triggered the tar trap, which is annoying us all level of hell.
Too far away.
If we bring our pet back this way, he'll trigger the tar trap. There we go. Drop a flare into it, do more damage, and then just keep attacking. Now we're on to... After all of that, we're sort of onto our normal rotation, and he's half health. Oh, he's throwing these traps at us. Son of a bitch. I'm meant to be the one throwing traps. If I intimidate, we're going to do mad level damage for a second. I've not got anything else to counter it with, but kill shot, big kill, 8k kill shot. Boom. What spec am I playing right now? BM. Always BM. Forgotten key. Take the object back to Venari. Sure. Oh, there was a dude over here. Maybe I should have spoke to him before we started killing the boss. I didn't even spot him. Oh, it's Bane. Of course, we're here to collect Bane. That's why we were here. I basically forgot we were here to collect Bane. Come on, chop chop, dude. God, Bane is slow. Holy smoke. In we go. In we go. Nice. We've rescued Bane. We're good people. We did only get 126 of the soul embers though. So the likelihood is we're going to need to do another Torghast run to complete this one. But luckily this wasn't one that gained us a renown. The guy that gave me the bags is now spamming in trade about 3 bags. Oh really? What a nice guy. It's got a question mark on it, but we can't do anything with it right now. Looks like the 10 gold profit margin got to him. Well, that's a possibility, but I mean, like, cashing out on bags now? Like, really? Trust me, wait till Shadowlands comes out. Bags are gonna, like, fly off the shelves.
Find anything of interest more?
This was carried by the Warden Arcoban. Do you know what it does? Well, we spoke to Venari. Search Torghast's antechamber for the lock. Okay, back into the Torghast then. This is how you unlock the rune carver, by the way. That first run through Torghast wasn't a natural run through Torghast like you would do usually. This is all part of the unlock quest for Torghast. Now we've got the key to the lock. We open it. We get the portal to the rune carver's place. We'll hop in here just for reference. Here's the rune carver look. Speak with the prisoner and learn of the situation. Who are you and why are you here? So for reference, if you have a crafting profession, namely tailoring, blacksmithing, leatherworking or jewel crafting, everything you've seen me do so far at level 60 today, you have to do before you can get access to the base legendary items for crafting. So this is why you're going to need those characters to be level 60 and not only to be level 60, but to have also like done the introductory quests, chosen your covenant, come to Torghast, unlock the rune carver, all this sort of stuff. Find a stolen memory of the rune carver. I think we speak to Venari now, and he gives us something that we need. The rune carver's memory. Oh no, it's in. We have to go and actually get it. It's in the moor. Bane, you can come with us. You might as well follow us. I'm not sure how much you help out, but we'll transport Bane along with us. We're gonna go get the rune carver's memory now. Speed boost.
I will stay close. May the Earth Mother guide our path.
Who's that dude? That's a rare dude. What does he have? Killing this target will draw extra attention to you from the jailer. Okay, well, we'll ignore him for now then. I wonder how soon legendaries are available. Will somebody get it day one, or rather by the end of the week? In theory, they're available day one. And the reason I use the phrase in theory is because you first have to get to level 60. You have to unlock the rune carver like I'm doing now. You also need to have leveled your profession to the max, which is going to be difficult to do on day one just simply because of materials. You're then going to need to craft your base legendary item, which will equally require an enchanter to also be leveled up to craft you the enchanted base materials to even create the base legendary item in the first place. And on top of that, you're also going to need a scribe to have leveled up inscription and to have made you some of the missives that you're going to need. You're also going to need the legendary power, whichever one you choose and however you get it is going to be totally different. So there's a boatload of stuff you're going to need to do, but in theory it's all possible in day one. There's no time gating in that regard. Oh, I don't have a pet. Why is Bane just standing there wobbling? Come on, Bane, do something. No time for wobbling. I just realised I should probably be using my... Oh, my pet's dead. Shit, that's not good news. Revive pet. Good thing I did my flesh craft. Saved my bacon. Racking torment doesn't seem like something I should... Immune to interrupts and disabling stuff. Okay, sure. Racking torment, I feel I should be interrupting. Torghast resource is the main thing I think of. You can do it day one, other things are possible if even hard. Well, yeah, true. That's the one thing I forgot. You need the 100 soul ash from Torghast, which means you're gonna likely have to run Torghast 3 or 4 times. Like I said, in theory, it's all possible day one, but realistically, people will probably use the first week to get their first legendary. I mean, I would imagine that, like, reasonable guilds, I'm not talking about your dumbass basic leveling social guild, I mean a guild that actually has a plan, is likely to get their legendaries in the first couple of days. simply because you'll have people assigned to, you'll have an enchanter that's basically told to just go out and level enchanting because you're going to make all of the materials for everybody. You'll have a scribe be told the same, that you need to level inscription, you need to make us our missives, you need to go out and farm the herbs that you're going to need to make all of these missives for people. That sort of stuff will get assigned to different people in different guilds. So realistically, all of the aspects of it will be delegated out, I would imagine.
Waystone. I hope your presence allows me to travel through it as well. I will stay close.
Oh, we need to go back into the. We need to go speak to the rune carver now that we've got his memory. Even though we're not in our OP gear, though, none of this has felt like. We're item level 140, which is not great by any means. But it still feels like all of this is... It's comfortable. None of it's like an absolute challenge. You're not going to get completely spanked. Discover a way to break the rune carver from his chains. I don't know what that is. How do we break the rune carver from his chains? Do we not just click on them? I begin to remember power with a purpose, that's what I can offer. Runes are the key. I've recalled some of them, but to infuse them with your equipment I require my hands. Well, one hand would suffice, two would be better. Find a way to free me from my bonds, then I can offer you the power I seek. Sure. Let's head back out again. It seems to be telling us to go this way at least. In and out of Torghast. In and out. In and out. Shake it all about. Good. Veneri seems to have for the... or Venari. Venari, whatever. This dude has the answer.
I trust you and not follow.
Breaking a prisoner's chains. I'm not sure I know how that could be done unless it's dangerous, but I believe there may be a way. Of course there's a way. Of course there's a way. First you need a vessel to house anima and find a way to expel it. I happen to possess such a device, which I'll be pleased to give you, for a price of course. You recall Zoval's cauldron, I trust. The denizens there were forged in unholy fire. Assuming that anima is of similar nature, it should be able to melt even the metal of the tower. My device and their anima, I believe you'll achieve your goal. So purchase this thing from Venari and recover 5 molten anima. What was it I needed to buy from him? Oh, this thing, I imagine. Anima. We've only got 15 Stygia. We need 50 Stygia to buy this thing.
Will that be all?
Well, let's go get some Stygia then. Maybe picking up some of these daily quests will help us with the Stygia. It will. Defeat 8 Eyes of the Damned. And defeat Morsworn Shacklers and Dead Eyes at the Tremaculum. Yeah, I guess that's how you say it, whatever. That's another 50 Stygia.
Do you feel them more?
Okay, right, so now we've got a few things we need to do. Once again, like I said, all of this just to unlock Torghast properly.
Waystone. I hope your presence allows me to travel through it as well. I will stay close. May the Earth Mother guide.
We need to go all the way up here for Sundered Souls. Time to go on a bit of a run then. I'm hoping I don't attract too much of the jailer's attention. I love how Bane just stands there and wobbles. It's really not helpful, are you, Bane? Let's be honest. Steal the mount. Oh, hang on. Molten Anima. We can kill these dudes for the Molten Anima. This thing's all even called Blazing Stygia. This dude better give us some Stygia then. There's 2 pieces of Molten Anima. Oh, shit, they've broken into smaller things. Attack. Okay, did that give it... It was called Molten... Okay, we want to avoid this dude. We really don't want to attack this dude. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Protect with a flame. Currently the jailer is of no threat to us. Bane, you're just in the way now, dude. Come on. 3 of 5 Molten Anima. Let's head up to... What's this one? Morsworn Shacklers. We need to go do that anyway, so let's head up that way. This is on our way back. Although we're not going to come back this way, are we? Because we're going to use our funky Hearthstone, more Hearthstone thing, the Cipher of Relocation. We do actually... Oh, this is a rare dude. Should we kill the rare dude? Soulsmith Yol Matter. Let's go. Let's go. Do some killing. Remember to keep the pet health on the go. Lower our cooldowns, why not? Definitely got a lot of health, this dude. I think Forging Flames is likely to need to be interrupted. Hard to tell. Oh no, that strength thing we should have got. Oh, damage done increased by 50%. Holy shit. Okay, we should have interrupted that one instead. Note to self. Oh, we got 120 Stygia for killing this dude. Plus 17 for looting him. That's what we're talking about. That's what... Oh, what? Hang on, where did you come from? Is there any way of keeping track of how much Stygia you're holding? Doesn't appear so. Just seems to just be a thing. There's got to be a way to track it. 157. Need one more piece of Molten Anima, not from this dude. Maybe this one up here. Use my Fleshcraft because I keep forgetting to actually use it. Does Stygia show up as a currency, maybe? Ah, yeah, it shows up as currency. Right, well that's the five things I needed. What's number 4 all about? Crucible Soul Seekers slain. Well, let's go up and do this one first. In fact, do we actually need to? A grave chance. We've got enough Stygia now to purchase this thing as well. The other things were just daily quests, so I don't actually need to be doing them right now. We can come back to them more and get those done. Let's use our relocator. 20-minute cooldown. Let's put that on the bars. That's going to be helpful to use. Oh, these Cipher of Relocation, although it's like a Hearthstone for the Maw, it has a charges. It's only certain so you're going to have to continuously spend Stygia to buy those damn things. Ah, they're only 25 a piece, but even still.
Return only if you must.
Grave chance, there we go. Can we now release the Rune Carver? A weak link. Break the Rune Carver free. Yes, let's go. Get in there. Portal to the Rune Carver. How do we actually go about breaking his chains? Do we just talk to him? Hey up! Now we're going to break him free apparently. With a shiny football, soccer ball. For you in the NA. He's free. At least one of the chains, anyway. Freedom! Help the Rune Carver free himself from one of his bonds. Ashes of the Tower. Collect 100 soul ash. You will receive 100 soul ash. Sure. This is sort of the introductory to the quest line, to the legendary quest line. It's not so much a quest line, is it? But you know what I mean. So now we can bang out another Torghast run. We should complete this one, the Soul Savage, which is one of our, which will get us the tribute. Anima and valuable items from the Undying Army's supply caches. It will also help us on our way to getting our legendary item. And we've got two choices. We can either go up to the Soul Forges or to the upper reaches. Let's hop in this one then. Go. Soul Forges, so here we go. Select a layer. If we complete layer 1, we will get 15 soul ash. You have to defeat each layer before you can get to the next layer. There's a total of 8 possible layers. So we got to start at the beginning. You join the queue for Torghast Soul Forges layer 1. Go. Pick a power. Disengage or Bestial Wrath. Increase Bestial Wrath duration by 20%. Yes, please. Is there also LFG for Torghast? That's a good question. Torghast. There's pre-made group finder for Torghast. Dungeon finder's dungeon finder. Raid finder is raid finder. I don't know, you know. I'm assuming there probably will be some sort of LFG for Torghast, because it is entirely possible to do this as a team. Oh my god, my FPS is like dropped to like 0. Oh, we need to go that way. There's a power over there. Ah, what is my frame rate doing? Talk about unoptimized. Holy shit. Aspect of the cheetah or more phantasma? More phantasma. We don't need to do things speedy. Whoa, no, get out the fire. Get out the fire. Oh, derp. Back in the fire we go. Get out the fire. Jump! God damn. My hopping skills are not very good when my frame rate is tanking below 20 FPS for some reason. I'm looking to do speedrun nights in Torghast and winner gets a gold prize. Hey, that's a clever idea. I like the sound of that. Yeah, that sounds fun. Everybody has to start a Torghast run at the same time, and you know, or just simply like winner takes all. Like everybody puts in 5k gold or something. Everybody then runs a Torghast. Winner takes all. That'd be quite cool. See if you've got what it takes. Obviously, there's an element of RNG involved. I guess you could almost call it gambling, but it's just good. It's all in the name of good fun, right? Free it or complete the binding to take the Soulbound's armaments. Since when has there been a choice to be made? I'm just going to free the dude. Pick up a power, misdirection bonus. Need more soul embers. Oh, I think if you free him, you get the 1% stat boost. If you take his armaments, then you gain a skill or something. I have a better bet there'll be Torghast carries in trade chat, over or under 99%. There's absolutely going to be Torghast carries. You know for a fact there'll be Torghast carries. Simply because you need 100 Soul Ash every week to optimize yourself in terms of like the number of legendaries you can get hold of. So yeah, definitely going to be carries. Kill shot by 20%, tar trap snares the target for an additional 15%, or tar trap radius increased. Let's go tar trap radius increased again. That did us quite well last time. I managed to get my Brewmaster Touch of Karma when I taunt to end up having 100k health, Touch of Death, one shot every boss apart from the last one, which I had to get down to 60% so fast. That's crazy. This is what I love about Torghast. Like, there's just so many different ways that every time you run through it, it's going to be slightly different. Kind of looking to gear up fast so you can sell carries. Always thinking, like it. Just run it yourself. I've done Mad World on my Disciplined Priest, so Torghast shouldn't be too much harder. Pre-made groups, or can you queue for them as a group? At least the way that it appears so far, it's only pre-made groups. But I might be proven wrong. I can't find any interface apart from the Torghast Find a Group button here. There's a pre-made group option for Torghast, but no LFG as it appears so far. Maybe there's a way to queue for them. I've not really looked in great detail. Wasn't there an LFG entity? I thought there was meant to be. Maybe it's just not on the beta currently, I don't know. It was pre-made as far as I can see from testing. Yeah, you've got the Dungeon Finder, which is specific dungeon, Headless Horseman, obviously currently, or random Shadowlands dungeon. Torghast isn't listed as like a dungeon, for example. Raid Finder is just Raid Finder. And then you got pre-made groups. So I think if it's going to be a pre-made group thing if you want to group up for Torghast. Unless of course you're running it with a bunch of mates. I'd heard there was also queues for it at some point. There may be. It may just not be something they've implemented yet. That wouldn't surprise me. This is Blizzard we're talking about, remember? Oh, I did my flare first. I meant this one. But considering I don't think there's a limit to... There's no limit to how much you can run Torghast, so... I guess it's probably... You might just end up on a bad run and need to do a few runs of Torghast. I'm not entirely sure how difficult it's going to be to get that Soul Ash yet, so... We'll see. This is the true level 60 endgame experience realm, so... We'll see after we get this first 100 Soul Ash, then how easy it is to obtain any more. Because the first 100 you get part of a quest. The Ashes of the Tower. Collect 100 Soul Ash and then the dude just gives you 100 more. Or maybe this is just your weekly... Is this a weekly quest, for example? Maybe? Ashes for the Tower. Oh, it just says it's a legendary quest. Maybe... who knows? We should have we got our 150? We have got our 150 of whatever it is. Now we can go turn that one in. Yeah, Soul Savage, that's the one. We can turn that in, that will get us a tribute. We need to make sure we do that pretty quick time though. This is a limited time left on that one. I thought Ash was the weekly. Yeah, what I'm wondering though is the fact that the introductory quest line to the legendary, this first quest is to go and get 100 Soul Ash. Whether you can do this, it gives you 100 Soul Ash, and then you get like a weekly. I'm not sure. Maybe probably you can just do this once a week. You only have access to the 100. That's definitely how it's been advertised. I'm just wondering if there's like a bonus 100 at the very beginning. So whether you can get like 200 the first week and then 100 for every week thereon. That's my thoughts. Front load you with a bunch of Soul Ash and then get you rocking on a sort of a limited time, or 100 per week system, you know. Where am I meant to be going from here? I've gone around a big old circle. Where didn't I start this way? Oh, I missed the exit. I was meant to go that way. Derp, my bad. This looks ominous. Something's going to happen here. Why is this gated off? Can we get any more powers? No more powers. What does complete the binding do? Oh, it gave me... Oh, it just gave me a 3-minute stat boost. Okay. We've not had anywhere near as many anima powers this time, or if we have, the ones we've had have been trash. What's this one then? Increase your movement speed by 60% when near a wall. When you attack any new creature, you are healed. When your pet is within 10 yards of a Morat, your pet will immediately kill it, and it increases your pet's damage by... I like this one. I like this one. Insta-kill on Morats. Yes, please, because they're annoying. Annoying little things you have to slap about all the time. Hang on, what was that? Run. Floor 3. Let's open these song cages. They seem to be on fire for some reason. Right, we got 266 Phantasma. Increased haste by 3%, mastery by 3%, misdirection takes 20% damage, kill command 30%. Haven't we already got one of these? We stack up our kill command damage. Oh no, we went with Bestial Wrath duration. Well, we'll take a kill command damage then, because that's always good. And we'll also take a kill shot damage, because why not? Obviously, we want to stack things where possible. When your pet is under the effective eyes of the beast, all damage it deals is increased by 200%. Boo, boring. Enemies affected by your trap deal 20% less damage. All of these are boring. All of these are boring. I want some good ones. First Torghast run was a lot better than this one. Oh, that was basically an entirely free floor. I like that. Aha, right. Stuff to kill. Isn't my pet meant to insta-kill these Morats? I thought that was the point. Or did I not take that ability? I can't remember now. I've lost track of which abilities I've taken.
I am out of range.
Oh, hello. What do you want? You want... I'll help you. We'll go find something. Actually, we're doing so much damage now, I can barely actually get a kill shot off. As soon as stuff drops below 20%, it's already dead. Hey up, free power. Please be a good one. We've had terrible ones so far. Death Chakram bounces more times, that's kind of cool. Or reduce the cooldown of Death Chakram. It's still 45 seconds though. Maybe having it bounce more could be more fun. It's going to bounce 8 times then. Or your attacks have a chance to fire a bolt of magic dealing 2,200 frost damage to enemies within 5 yards of your target. Just more AoE. More AoE is cool. We'll go with that one. Oh, dead end. Which way are we meant to go then? Wasn't this the way we came? We came from this way. Go this way then. Oh, way up. Oh, I don't like things like this. That'll do. Now we can pop off death chakrams and they bounce a whole bunch more. This is the thing, you get to just kind of like casually work your way through it. Nothing too stressful. Just pull a whole, you could pull the whole floor if you wanted to. But the fact you can take it slowly if you want as well is kind of nice. I'm being hunted. What's hunting me? There's a big on question mark here though. Death chakram into those guys. Boom! I'm starting to like this death chakram more and more. It's kind of annoying me. I was hoping I wouldn't like it as much. Because it's almost fun enough for me to want to go with the Necrolord, you know. That was such a boring power. Concussive shot just stuns them. I mean, it's helpful, but it's boring. There we go. Oh, a rare, dude. I didn't know you could get rares in here as well. Pew pew. Oh, hang on. Out the thing. Maybe we should use our fleshcraft thing, just in case. Just in case we stand in the damage. Aha, another power. Nice. When you attack a new creature, they suffer damage and are silenced. Clear all permanent debuffs left. We'll go for that one. You attack something, they take damage. That's what we like. Oh my god. Oh my god, that one was powerful. Wow, the first time I attack something, they just get murdered. How do we turn this in, though? Where are we turning it into? This is the end of the level. We don't want to leave yet. We need to get to wherever this thing is. We'll take the power. Dropping any trap increases your damage by 25%. Well, that's difficult to turn down. Oh, it's behind here. How do we get through here? Don't flame shockers. There, we're good.
We walk this path together.
Gotcha.
Alex!
You have our gratitude, Maul.
More powers. More Phantasma or retain 10 Soul Remnants. I can't remember what 10 Soul Remnants are doing for me. Oh, just obtain 10. So that's a flat 10% stat boost. Well, yeah, sure. I'll take the stat boost, please. Ouch. I just got flamed. Floor 5. Read that, dude. That's put us up to 20% agility, 21% agility. Whoa, that slapped. Oh my god, things don't have a chance now. You're getting pretty powerful at this point. I do agree though, like speedrunning this place could be really fun. And I know I'm running through and I know I'm killing everything. You don't even need to kill everything. If you want to just zerg to the end, you absolutely can do. But since there's no time limit on these sort of things, it's good fun just to take your time, gather up as many anima powers as you can. Just means by the time you get to that end boss, you're as tanky and as strong as possible. Hey, up another ability. Critical damage by 12%. Oh, we'll go with critical damage. It doesn't increase our critical strike chance, but an extra percentage of the damage, why not? Holy smoke, we destroyed that thing. While your pet is under the effective eyes of the beast, no, boring. Your attacks have a chance to fire a bolt of magic, dealing 2400 frost damage to you and enemies around you. The damage of your next barb shot is increased by 20% when you break a box. Stacks up to 100 times, holy shit. That could get out of hand really quickly. But just doing straight damage when you attack is good fun. Where you're picking more damage, someone might go for speed buffs, and where things take longer, you die, you can move around, so yeah, so many different... But this is it, this is the fun thing, like, each and every person can play Torghast their own different way. There are endless amounts of different possibilities. It's really good. It suits... It's a way for everybody to get enjoyment out of it, however you want to play. If you want to take it slow and steady, you take it slow and steady. If you want to speed run it in 10 minutes and try and do it faster and faster and faster, you can do it that way. Loads of options. Love it. Love me some Torghast. I mean, I'm still at the point where I've not done it so many times that I'm still finding out new things about it, which is why I'm sort of trying to explore every corner of every map. But I'm sure once you've played this 10, 15, 20, 100 times, is when you'll start like making your own game out of it, like trying to speedrun and this sort of thing. Ah, boss look. Big dude. Right. Big dude time. So, we can either take versatility by 3%. Watchful light fire defends you, dealing a bunch of damage to people that strike me. Well, I'm not going to get hit. Hunter's Mark now increases damage that they take by an additional 10%. We probably want to use that one. Just because it's at this point it's a flat 10% damage boost. Yeah, flat 10% damage boost, yes please. Then we'll take a random one. And we're now out of... What's our random one going to be? Our random one, Death Chakram bounces more times. Yes, please. There is one downside to Torghast. It will stop me working on my alts. and sleep, who needs it? Yes, that's the problem. On your alts, this could get super addictive. It's going to prevent you from doing real life stuff. Right, so we can put a Hunter's Mark up. That's going to increase our damage by 10%. We're going to send our pet in, drop some cooldowns. We're going to drop a thing on the floor. We're going to chakram in there, and then we're going to start pew-pewing. And the dude's already at half health. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And then boom. Kill shot hits like a wet fish because we've not spec'd into it. Ridiculous. Successfully complete the first layer of the Soul Forges in Torghast Tower of the Damned. Question is, how many Soul Ash did that get us? 15 Soul Ash. Get ready to run Torghast many times. Considering we need 100. Right, so, in theory now then, on that basis, that should be, if we now go and look at this again, we're still queued for this dungeon, by the way. Now it gives us the ability to unlock layer 2 of the Soul Forge. If we then go through and complete it again, we'll get an additional 10. So yeah, but the way that this works is you're only going to have to do it multiple times to unlock it. Once you've unlocked it, you can always start here. So next week when you come back to it, if you start at layer 2, you'll get the 10 Soul Ash from this, plus the 15 from level 1. So you'll only have to do layer 2, and you'll only have to do it once, but then you'll get 25 Soul Ash. So that the way this is that yes, you're going to have to run it multiple times to begin with to increase the difficulty of the layers, but by the time you've unlocked layer 8, you can then come to Torghast, run layer 8, do it one time and get 100 Soul Ash. You can get it done for the week. So it's designed so that you are somewhat forced to run Torghast a lot when you first get access to it, or when you're lower level, less geared, I suppose you should say. But as you work your way through Torghast and you do it multiple times, it will eventually mean that to get your weekly Soul Ash, to make your legendaries, you may potentially only have to come here one time, smash out layer 8, get it done, and you only have to run it once for the week. It should be easy mode from there on. That's the theory anyway. Right, we now have that's it, because you get the you get all of the rewards from the lower levels. You can only get rewarded from each level once per week, but if you choose to do a level 4, you'll get level 3, level 2 and level 1's rewards if it's the first time you've done it that week as well. I may have butchered the description of that a little bit, but I hope you kind of get the point. Right, so now what we have actually done, we need to head back over to... We don't need to do these, as these are only daily quests for now. What we need to actually do is return to Bane, High Lord in Bolvar to turn this in. So we'll head back to Oribos, we'll turn this in. Then we'll head over to Moldraxxus, turn in one of our callings. We've completed the calling. There's only 3 hours left on it, but we've completed the calling. That will get us a tribute. And weirdly, we still haven't got the renown we need to get to rank 4, I don't think. There's a bit of a derp, because we've been in this queue for 1 hour and 28 minutes so far to just do a single dungeon.
The Waystone worked. What
The Waystone worked.
a place.
Come on, Bolvar. Look, I've found you a Bane.
There is much to be done.
Explore Torghast for clues to locate your allies. Oh. Now I need to go back to Torghast again. Sure, fine. We'll go turn in our calling. We've completed one of our callings, so let's go turn that in. Whoa, no, I almost jumped into the moor then. That would have been a mistake, wouldn't it? Where's the flight master dude gone? Is that you? It's you.
How may I serve?
That one there. So yeah, it's definitely looking like the natural path of like just doing stuff on a level 60 character. You're gonna spend a lot of your time early on in Torghast if you want to get your legendary, because you need 100 soul ash to get your first legendary, which is going to take you a fair few runs of Torghast, potentially 8 runs of Torghast just to get your first 100 soul ash. Because you're going to need to complete each and every level, and bearing in mind that the more difficult the level, you may not even be able to, on a fresh character, get all 100 soul ash in your first week. You might need more gear, you might need to go do some dungeons. The likelihood is that your gear at a fresh level 60 may not be good enough to complete all 8 levels. You might have to gear up. So that might be a defining factor to just how quickly you can get your soul ash. Which I can imagine for some people to not be able to get their legendary the first week would be a bit of a disappointment. We're going to spend time in the moor as well, because we need a whole bunch of souls from the moor. If we want to get all of our conduits, we're going to need to spend time in the moor.
See anything useful?
But there's your soul ember, dude. Give me the tribute.
That's gonna give you an edge.
I'm now friendly with the Undying Army. Tribute. Wow, that tribute literally gave us a pickled head, 215 gold, and quintessence of duty, which is 325 anima we can put into our sanctum. Basically the same as using completing a single world quest. Strength in numbers. Activate the scouting map. Oh, okay, we've got one of the quests because our mission table is leveled up. So you can see here now we've got rank 1 adventurers upgraded, or tier 1 should I say, unlocked. We need 2,500 anima and 8 souls to unlock rank 2, 5,000 anima and 22 souls to unlock rank 3 or tier 3. Increase the renown with the Covenant for greater upgrade reward potential. Let's deposit our animas. So we've got 535 available to us and 4 souls. We still need a whole bunch more to unlock any of these. We need 1,000 anima. We need to get on the daily quests. But we've unlocked the scouting map. Mission table time, people. Mission table time. Everybody's excited for the mission table, right? Wow, a scouting map. Never seen one of these before. Woo!
Need something? I've got glory to earn.
Use the scouting map and send a dude on an adventure. Does it matter who we send? Probably not. Go. 3 anima. Go. 30 seconds. Do we just let's just wait. Let's just hang fire. Let's just wait. So it's safe to say there's a lot that you're gonna need to do. I kind of am actually. I have 700 pet charms because of it. Well, that's true. The mission table should be a really good way to just stack up things like that. 0 pet battles in my life. Yes, true. I will give you. I'll give you that one. That for things like pet charms, it's probably going to be worthwhile. Look at me go. I'm so powerful. GG. Easy win. Easy win. I read you need somewhere around 3,000 charms to get all of the pets in Shadowlands. Ouch. That's a lot. That is a lot. Maybe I will be doing mission tables then. Need to get cracking after Hallow's End pet farm. Yeah, I need to get some more of those pets as well. I still need 3 of the pets and like 3. I think there's still 6 items I need from Hallow's End. I was gonna mindlessly do some mindlessly watch Netflix and go pick up some buckets later.
Got some meat on your bones, huh?
Ah, so that literally was the introduction to the scouting table. That was literally it. They've only got 60 attack, we've got 192, should be GG. Let's wait another 30 seconds to get this done. Now, the big thing is that we should be able to use one of these magical devices to be running these mission tables. Doesn't show you. I wonder how we can see in game any adventurers that we've not collected, how we get more adventurers. Yeah, I genuinely don't care to watch all of that. Did we win? We must have won. We won! Gained experience, gained some gold, GG. Can we just repeat this? Is this... Why is this repeatable? Is this meant to be repeatable? Recruit 5 troops. I don't think this is meant to be repeatable like this. Let's see what happens in another 10 seconds. Okay, skip to end. Go to awards. More experience. Ah, okay. Well, let's keep going then. This is a rare one. We're gonna need. It's got 900 health. We need to do 60 attack damage. Damages. Let's throw these in here again. This still shouldn't be much of a challenge. Let's keep going. Now we've got to kill a minute of time somehow. Oh, it's going to cost you anima to heal your dudes up as well. Ah, this is going to be an anima sink. I'm not looking forward to it being an anima sink. Will you tell me how I get more adventurers? No, obviously not. Maybe we need to upgrade to rank 2 before we get. It says this is still available to us. That shouldn't. We've done this like 3 times now. Oh, it is still available. These are coming around way too quickly. Something seems wrong with this. Or maybe it's just designed so that you can play with it a little bit for the first few. Okay, that's complete. I mean, who's going to actually who's going to read this? Who's going to care about the combat log? You know full well that day 1 there'll be an add-on that will be press this button to win, and you'll press the button and you'll win. Bingo. Gained a bunch of gold, gained a bunch of level. Whoa, no, okay. Nah, okay, now we're getting past the, now we're getting to some of the big boy level ones, look. Is this indicating the level of the companion that should be needed? We've now got level 6 companion, you see. That's probably why. Yeah, okay, sure. But now these guys should literally just one-shot him. And we can actually start sending them on some missions that are going to take a bit longer. Our guys are only level 6 though, so arguably only these 2 to begin with. What are the rewards? 100 reputation with the Ascended. 100 reputation with the Court of Harvesters. 125 reputation with the Court of Harvesters. 100 reputation with the Undying Army. 802 reputation with the Wild Hunt. That's a big one. That's a big one. Now our easy missions have disappeared. Now we have to just pick a big one. We can heal our guys up. It's going to take 10 to heal everything. If I press the heal all button, it doesn't tell us what it's going to cost, but the likelihood is then let's just go with one of these. So you, and you. I've got 256 attack. They've got 240. They've got more health than I have. It's still 50-50 whether we're going to win this one. We can come back in 4 hours and then we can find out. There we go. That was a brief introduction to the mission table then. What we still haven't done actually is we needed to get a renown from this one or complete 3 world quests in Ardenweld for the other renown there. They're the only 2 ways I think we've got access to renowned right now. Covenant Sanctum. Go all the way over there for some reason. Or replenish the okay, we could go pick up 1,000 anima and also get renown. They need to do more world quests. I see. Right. Well, I think I'm going to leave it there for today's stream, guys. We've been streaming a little bit longer than usual. Big shout out to anybody that came through today. Bigger shout out to anybody that hit the like button. Huge shout out to anybody that subscribed. And to our new member of the Coffee Club, the biggest shout out to you. Welcome everybody. Thank you. Your support is very much appreciated. We will continue on this, dude. Tomorrow we'll continue with the sort of the natural level 60 pathing in Shadowlands, as I'm actually enjoying finding out the route that we need to take our character. I'm going to go play some retail for a little while, mindlessly gather up do some Hallow's End content, I think. But guys, I'll be back tomorrow. What day is it tomorrow? Is it Thursday tomorrow? I can't remember. Yeah, Thursday tomorrow, back usual sort of time. So make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you hit that notification bell. You may have noticed that I try to schedule the videos at least like an hour before the stream goes live, so you know exactly what time you can expect the stream. If I start to get really smart, I might do it like at the end of one stream. I'll schedule the next one. We'll see how that goes. I'm not good at keeping a schedule. But guys, once again, thanks for turning up today. Hope you've enjoyed. Hope you've got something useful out of it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.